Thank you, everybody. Hopefully everyone's having a good evening. Ted Investigates is live. We're here on YouTube. Um, let's see how we can make Deb a mod. Give me 1 second here. Let's see how we can make Deb a mod. Deb, hold on 1 second. I will figure this out. I'm going to rub a couple brain cells together and figure out how to do this through StreamYard. It's going to be rather challenging. 1 second, everybody. Hold on a second. I think I can actually go on my phone and go in the live chat, and we're going to make Deb. No. I really need people to help post and repost stuff because just give me 1 second. Let's see here. All right, hold on. I think if I go in live on my phone and I can click on it. Or no, wait. All right, hold on. There we go, Deb. Live on my phone and I can click on it. Or no, bam! What up, Deb? That work? Try it now. Can everybody hear me at all? I can't even tell. Okay, so welcome to the show. So we are going to talk about, again, we're going to go over the suspects. I've been working with a few different Mexico, Indiana. We've been trying to get 5K done in the spring for Richard Allen. Hello, everybody. So not sure if everybody can hear me this evening. Thanks so much for joining. I get to rock back in a chair tonight. I'm kind of happy about that. Okay, sorry about that. Evening. Hey, Reby, what is up? What is up? Holy cow, Sleuthy Goosey is on. That is a famous person. Franny Fran, how's it going? How is it going, everybody? Okay, hold on a second. Sorry, I kind of had a crazy day. All right, so we're going to go over a few things right now. You know, just simple Google, because I was just curious about why there was no DNA evidence of Richard Allen, but like, why wouldn't they use it to exclude him? I think that's a point that really confuses me. Like, wouldn't you want to exclude the people from the crime scene? And maybe I have read it wrong. Texas lady, what is up? Holy cow, I've not seen you in a while. Holy cow, let me say hello. That is awesome. Okay, so back to okay, sorry, that was my good friend. So back to this whole DNA thing, right? So there was DNA, there was a lot amount of blood at the crime scene, but we weren't excluding Richard Allen. We weren't excluding people. And if anybody in the chat, they did exclude Richard Allen. Okay, so I have an article here saying that Richard Allen wasn't on anything. Actually, you're right. I'm probably contradicting my own self. Let me just read this to everybody. Okay. And this is just an AI overview. Literally, you can do it on Google. Did they find DNA on Abby and Libby? Oh, yeah. And sorry about the bedroom. I'm at a hotel for my company. I am in a hotel. This is not like I'm doing it live from a bedroom. Yes, DNA was found on Abby and Libby, primarily their own. But the key testimony at Richard Allen's trial was that his DNA was not found at the crime scene. Okay. This just blows my mind. On items like the victim's clothing, under the fingernails, right? When you're like trying to fight back. Instead, a forensic expert found some male DNA that wasn't identifiable to Allen, suggesting it came from environment, while others' hair and samples were inconclusive or not tested further. Key DNA findings, victim's DNA present on most of the crime scene samples as expected. Richard Allen's DNA not found in any significant crime scene evidence, including clothing, skin, or unspent bullet. That makes absolutely no sense. You're not on the unspent bullet. You're literally loading the bullets. Excuse me. According to the DNA expert, unknown male DNA found in small insufficient amounts on genitalia swabs, fingernails, which experts testify could come from shared clothing or the environment, not necessarily the perpetrator. Some hairs found at the scene were matched to Libby's sister, not the suspect. I mean, that makes sense, right? You live with the person. Rape kit showed no evidence of DNA suggesting sexual assault. I'm not sure how true that was. I felt like there was an article saying something. I could be wrong. I thought I read something opposite. The lack of Allen's DNA on the victims or at the scene was a major point of the defense. I mean, dude, no DNA, throw it out. No DNA. How do you frame someone like this? I mean, how is this even possible? While the prosecution focused on the evidence, like the unspent bullet, which we know was BS, Allen was convicted. No, but DNA evidence at the scene was not conclusive for identifying him as the killer or directly linked to the victims or bodies. So something that we do, right, like the Golden State Killer, D'Angelo, right, where we link him. Something that we do pretty common now in the last 5 years, testing DNA, going back on cold cases, doing ancestry, genealogy websites, and we decide that like this is the overlay, this is the outlier, the one that we're just going to say, hey, go screw off, you're going to jail for 130 years because we're just going to do what we want. It just makes me absolutely crazy. Just 1 second, sorry, I'm just minimizing the screen. So like, you know, as we hold on, I'm catching up with everybody. Jenny, what is up, Jenny? So as we literally try to figure this out, with all the different science behind everything, we are not going to stick to our guns with DNA. Like we are going to say, hey, listen, there's no DNA of Richard Allen on him or on the girls. We're just going to be like, hey, let's frame them anyways. Like to me, it doesn't make any sense, but I just have a very hard time. Keith, what up, Keith? Keith always has great things to say. Sorry, 1 second. Hold on. And I'm sorry about this Bob Mata thing. I really can't land the plane here. I'm trying my best. So, but yeah, so we have a lot of different things. Yeah, please hit the like. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Keith, what is up? Let's say what's up to Keith. Franny Fran. Thanks too. I'm sometimes on TikTok. Like I'll post stuff on TikTok. Francie Fran, I saw you just recently on TikTok, I think. Keith, though, man. Keith. Oh, wait, here we go. Reby. Kelsey's hair wrapped around Abby's finger, but the root attached. Kelsey's hair wrapped around Abby's finger. God, it's just so sad. This is terrible. Hey, Keith. What's up, everybody? Okay, so, in today's time, that's kind of what drives me crazy is we are convicting these people based on DNA. And we're not using DNA. Why is this the outlier case? Why is it? Like, why, and then another thing I was thinking about, right? So like Ron Logan, right? I think I'm probably 99.9% sure in my mind, and everybody entitled to their own opinions, they could think it's Keegan Kline and his dad, because those two look exactly like those sketches. If you pull some of the sketches back in the day, and I know the FBI or the Indiana State Police kind of excluded them, but they did lose 70 hours of interrogation footage or 70 days or 70 hours. And forgive me for not remembering. But my one thing and my question to everybody on this chat is, why, if you had a guy that passed away, right? You didn't push it on him even. Like you decided for an innocent man because they needed someone live. They needed a real person. They couldn't put it on a dead person. So when I Google that or look up, because so when I think of many cases, right? And I think of law enforcement, okay? So if you go into like serial killer cases and you go into dead serial killers, sometimes they'll pin it on dead serial killers. And I'm kind of going off topic, but and I'm not into again, when I was younger, I probably listened to rap music, right? I listen to country, I listen to rock music, I listen all over. But when we talk about like the Tupac Shakur murder, right? When they pushed it off on Orlando Anderson, saying he died after, when Tupac died, right? They beat him up in the Las Vegas casino. Then they retaliated. Keefe D, who's on trial right now, and I don't want to go into gangster rap, right? That's not why we're on here. But they all pushed it off on the dead guy. When the Secret Service was behind Tupac's car, following him to the club or wherever they were going, and they saw a large arm where it was an oversized African-American male next to Anderson, and they said it was a big chubby arm firing at Tupac Shakur. But at the time, Big Dre, Keefe D, and the guy that was driving the car, Orlando Anderson, was the only one that was dead, so they pushed it off on the dead guy. Why didn't they push it off on Ron Logan? Did he have some type of affiliation? Why wouldn't they just say, hey, let's just pin it on him? This is the video. He's on their property. He gave a false alibi. If the Federal Bureau of Investigation, we have such a high conviction rate when you go to the feds. How did it go from the feds back to Indiana State Police? How did it get transferred? Like, was it a political thing? What does everybody think? Diddy did it. Yeah, no. I definitely agree. Okay, here's Keith. Wait, Keith, I'm pulling up your stuff. So I know that was random. I think if they put it on a person who's passed, it takes the sting out of the public, isn't happy. If someone's alive, they feel someone is being held accountable. Very good. I definitely agree with that. You hit the nail on the head. Diddy did it. The D, the I, the D, the D, the Y is Diddy. I mean, I hate to be in jail with that guy. That guy is a scary individual. Okay. But did Diddy do it? Yeah. I don't even want to say anything about Diddy. I'm going to wind up like that. That's funny. Yep, he paid the hit. I've heard that 100%. I mean, I grew up in that era when that happened. He definitely, the East Coast, West Coast thing. But it was funny because they all pinned it on Orlando Anderson when there was people that were behind the car saying, hey, it was a heavy, Big Dre was the guy that shot. And you wouldn't reach over another guy to shoot at Tupac when the guy's like 6'6", 500 pounds, and you would get all these unspent rounds burning on you. The guy would just do his job because they're all killers. Anyways, I don't need to talk about that. But yeah, KVD does have fat ass arms. That is funny. But it was Big Dre. If you Google Big Dre, not Dr. Dre, Big Dre was another guy that was part of like the Crips at the time. Sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here. Fig Fari, what is up? Hold on, just saying hi to everybody. I'm glad for everyone attending. So what does everybody think about this? Why did the FBI, who has such a high conviction rate, right? The probable cause affidavit, they basically said, and again, I don't want to sound very repetitive, but when we're breaking down law enforcement documents, when you're giving an alibi, especially when a crime has not been discovered yet, okay? My questions for everybody is like, how did that get away from everything? How did that get off the FBI's lap? How did that happen? Was it part of the politics between the state and federal? What does everybody think? Please educate me. And if somebody wants to call in, it'd be even greater to tell me, because that's where I can't wrap my head around. I just don't understand when the FBI has you in their sights, when they have you targeted and they have you, how could it just like unravel like that quick? Now, I know it was 31 days before they did the search warrant, right? But at the end of the day, it was limited to certain things. Like they couldn't go to the outside property, I believe. They couldn't go to the fire pit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought it was limited because it was a parole violation. Wait a minute, True Justice, this is great. The FBI were fired by the ISP. Come on, let's take a deep dive in this. Let's really go through this. This is where it gets deep, and this is where it gets really interesting. Okay, so I'm going to write that down. The FBI was fired. Okay. I'm going to actually Google that. Doug Carter kicked out the FBI. Here's Jenny. She's always so smart. Oh, Reby too. Doug Carter. Okay. Doug Carter, please let me know a little bit about Doug Carter here, everyone. State case is done. Can the FBI investigate the case today? That's an excellent question. They asked to leave the case. They were asked to leave the case. I heard the ISP asked the FBI to leave the case. There's speculation about them being in town during the murders investigation of the Finlanders. Interesting. Doug Carter. Wait, what is this? Doug Carter fired the FBI, then promoted Jerry Holman. There we go. That's what I was looking. So Doug Carter, because I'm trying to put this timeline together of mistakes, fired the FBI, then promoted Jerry Holman. And then another thing, okay, so this is why I find it a little bit hard with the Keegan Kline thing. Keegan Kline was like an expert on Snapchat, Instagram, CSAM, all the different like logins and do all that stuff. He probably would have been bright enough, and again, they excluded him out of this, to get the girl's phone, right? I feel like someone at Ron Logan's age, leaving the phone there, not probably even recognizing while walking the bridge, because Richard Allen would have seen that phone. I feel like Ron Logan, that is something, and I'm not trying to target an age group or anything like that, but that is somebody that would have let the phone go or looked at it and not quite understood the severity of leaving a phone like that behind or having your phone next to their phone. Okay, wait, hold on. Follow that on Instagram. FBI was not welcome the first sign it was rigged. Captain of the ISP, Doug Carter. Thank you, Reby. Captain of the ISP, Doug Carter. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to piece this together. Again, we're going to be doing a 5K. Here we go. I love how smart everybody is on this. And as I'm asking these questions, a lot of people are probably hopping off. Now, interestingly, the FBI popped back up to the Carroll County, though. They started looking into the Fiora fire. Yep, I'm curious about that. And there's a connection. Yep. So we read in depth about that, or left it on purpose so the girls would be found. That's a good idea. With Ron Logan being there and then like being near the bodies, and I know it was the one Delphi cell tower, but again, they do have the other satellite capabilities. Like we discussed, tier 1 units, they have to be able to communicate at all times during an emergency. Like when you hit 911 and you have no cell phone reception, there's always a GPS on you. So I feel like now that we're understanding, or at least I'm understanding, I shouldn't say you guys are understanding, you guys are light years ahead of me, but if we're understanding that they fired the FBI, they've removed the FBI has all that capability, right? I have cousins in the military. It doesn't matter if you're in a mountain in Afghanistan or if you're all the way to, in a special ops mission somewhere, you're going to be able to communicate through satellites, and they can pinpoint accuracy with like warships and, shooting missiles. So it doesn't matter about cell phone reception. It doesn't matter if there's a T-Mobile or AT&T antenna. Satellites can pinpoint everybody if they really want it. And I feel like if ISP took over, the capabilities then would be a lot limited. And then Detective Jerry Holman, which I went over last night. I was up till about 4 o'clock in the morning listening again, because I'm like, am I crazy? I was listening to that guy, Tom Webster, and I can't believe how he creates his own little narrative and how powerful these YouTube videos can be when you edit things that you want to portray more than the actual facts. And again, I'm probably speaking very obvious here, but just in movies in general, in documentaries, on how you can really change the narrative really quick just by twisting words and putting photos up of how you want the narrative to go. It made me sick to my stomach. I'm like, reading this, if I was an outsider looking in and didn't know nothing about this case, I would look at that Tom Webster documentary, that little video he did where he's just very matter of fact, and I might really think Richard Allen was the person after reading that. And it broke my heart to see how technology just in general can adapt and make someone look so guilty, and then putting it on YouTube and not getting anyone a fair shake. Tom did have a sheltered life. Tom looked like a guy that, again, I can't make fun of other creators. I like Tom. I'm with Franny Fran. I don't agree with him. Yep, there's other people that are saying things too. Yep, I totally understand. But so basically why I'm bringing this up is I went back to Tom and I because of what his content was, now whether you agree with it or not, right? I thought it was well enough put together. Now I don't agree with him. I probably wouldn't have nice things to say to him, but it was well enough where it captured my attention, right? That's what a podcast should do. That's what an editor or a content creator should do. It should capture your attention enough. It should hook you in, reel you in, right? And it made me then go back late last night from probably like 1 a.m. till like 5 a.m. and listen again to Richard Allen's part 1 interrogation and part 2 interrogation. Okay. So the one where he was with those 2 guys where it was a little bit softer, where they're like, well, Richard Allen had no clue what was going on. Richard Allen's like first remarks was like, hey, I'm going to jump away from this desk, like joking and laughing. But it made me really focus and hone in on his conversation again with Jerry Holman. And I've heard this so many times, and it's just crazy that it actually makes me go back to it, even though I've probably seen that interrogation, over like 50 times, right? I've watched it inside and out because I was blown away by how innocent he was. And my dad, being a social worker in his field, I would send it to him and kind of recap the case to him and send to everybody I knew. And I have friends and business partners and people I know in general, right? My entire life, I've always been in sales and meeting people, and I always try to get people's perspective on things. I'm not really hard-headed. I'm not stuck on one thing. I'm very open to what people have to say. You got to be kind of mindful in what you do in sales. Like you can't have a hard stance on things sometimes because you're kind of, and I don't want to call myself like a chameleon, but I do have to blend in with the people that I'm selling to because you got to get them to buy. So what that does entail, it makes you almost a better person, not compared to anyone else, but saying it makes you more realize that you need to listen for more questions and listen to what, the customer is saying, what they need for their business. Or for example, if you're a teacher, listen to what your student is saying. What is he going through? Like really put yourself in their shoes. And when I did that, again, I could not get over the fact of how innocent Richard Allen was and what he was saying, and all his social cues and his responses. And it was just like, it was a joke. It was like, yeah, whatever, man. Like just the unspent round. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna find my bullet there. Like at one point he actually thought, in my opinion, he thought it was such a joke that it was not even worth the time to him, where when he was responding to these people, he actually was kind of like, he was forgetting. I feel like he was so innocent that he was forgetting that he was in front of detectives that could put you away for life. He felt he was so innocent and this was so ridiculous that he didn't even have a poker face during what Jerry Holman was saying. He was so innocent that it was like, and to me, it was something where it was like, I'm not even going to prep, right? I'm not going to work on my pitch. I'm not going to try to make it seem like it's not even me. This is foolish. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I'm blabbing a lot here, everybody. Holy cow, there's been a lot of people. Can't respect for time. He left Rick. Hidden true crimes. Another bad egg regarding Delphi. Yep. What is up? Text lady FBI. Okay. Sorry, I'm just blabbing. Keith. I'm calling you Tom. Sorry. Keith, you made a great point. I watched so many interrogation videos. He's the most innocent looking person that's ever been interrogated, but I'm not a detective or a body language expert. Exactly. That is what I found, because I love interrogation videos and I love seeing just the little like subtle, like little social cues. I love seeing when somebody gets nervous, right? It's addicting, right? Because you feel as an innocent person, you're like, man, I've had some pretty bad days in my life, but my days have never been like that because I've never committed a crime like that, right? So like it's kind of refreshing too in a way, because you're like, holy cow, it kind of puts things all into perspective in life. And what I love so much about it was, and not love about it because obviously it's a horrific crime, but being able to recognize that, like Keith is saying, being there and seeing the other interrogations from sociopaths to rapists, murderers, just how they fold and what they do, and just the subtle moves about how they get guilty. Like that crazy guy, I kind of forget his name, maybe Brian Smith in Alaska when he got off that plane, right? Was it Brian Smith? Was the guy that got off the plane and he murdered those 2 girls, and it was on tape, and he kept it in his iPhone video, and just the way he kind of broke over time. Just the way, what was that other guy? I was just watching 2 in Alaska. This is crazy. There was 2 guys in Alaska. what is his name? Keys, Israel Keys. How he just kind of went from like not me to me, and just watching, it's almost like musical notes, how it just eventually goes up and down and it kind of cracks a little, and you're slowly cracking at that globe to see who the real person is. You're breaking that mask down, right? Like John Wayne Gacy, different guy. Like at the very end, like guy was such a sociopath. He could look you in the face and was like, I don't know who these people are. I've never met them. I never met them. And then like 30 minutes later, he's saying, hey, I threw the one off the bridge. I did this to one of them. So it really intrigues me. Sorry, I'm blabbing. Yeah. So, Brienne, let's talk about Evansdale. Keys was a sociopath. Jenny, 100%. Keys was that poor girl murdered in that coffee shop. To see her on film and what she went through, it's something that it's just really terrible. It's to take somebody from their environment and to have your way with them. I mean, there isn't anything more. It just makes me question life in general. Like it's truly something. And that's why I'm so passionate about true crime. It's just horrible. Like to know the person, what they had to go through during those moments, and how he took her and he had his way with her. And she probably was a real tough girl, probably really strong. And he just caught her off guard because he's such a coward. He had a gun. And just to have your way, I don't know. It makes me crazy. It's horrible. She's a strong woman. To be in that situation and to last as long as the person did with Israel Keys, that takes a very strong individual. I would have folded. There's no way. I mean, that lady was tougher than me times a million, which she went through, and God rest her soul. That guy is just. I think he killed himself. Thank God he did it. But that guy should have been tortured for eternity, in my opinion. Keys is terrible. I mean, you're working that coffee shop and that happens. Sorry, when I watched an interview and it was just so in depth and to see that she remained cool, calm, and collective, and the strength of her, and then to see it take place like that, it's just there's no soul on earth that deserves that. I don't care what religion you are. If you believe in God, you don't believe in God. There's no one that deserves that. That's as a strong human being to go through that. That guy is a coward of life. Yeah, it's just terrible. Let's do this Evansdale thing. I'd be curious. I think I have heard of the Evansdale. 1 second. Let me just double check. Let me put something else up. Yeah. Definitely is monsters in the world. Okay, I'm going to look up Evansdale. Okay, what do we know about Evansdale? Does anybody want to call in and break us down with it? Evansdale. And I feel like it's right at the tip of my tongue. Who killed Evansdale cousin Elizabeth Collins? Is that what we're talking about? 12 years since hunters found the bodies of Elizabeth Collins, Lyric Cook, and investigators are still searching for the abducted. No, this is Iowa. Evansdale, Indiana. Okay, here we go. Wait, what? Des Moines Register. Hold on a second. I'm trying my best to find this. Gypsy Rose, yeah. Okay, I'm going to read this. I think this is what we're talking about, but let me know. Okay, let's break down this Evansdale. Evansdale, Indiana, double homicide. Links, coincidental. Indian State Police say, hold on 1 second. I got to get back to the person. Oh, wow. I got a buddy. I went from 211 to 205 on the fast, which is the lowest amount I've ever lost, but it was in good shape. Sorry about that. That's a really close friend of mine. He's doing the intermittent fasting. That's what I'm trying to do too. Okay, so Indiana State Police say similarities. Okay, so this is March 9th, 2017. Thank you for bringing this up. Indiana State Police say similarities between the double slaying of two teenage girls 3 weeks ago and the unsolved 2012 murder of two Evansdale, Iowa girl. Wait, I'm so confused because I've covered Iowa my entire life in sales and I've never heard of this. This is crazy. Evansdale, Iowa. Guys, people, I've been to Iowa a billion times. Okay. I've sold that state like the back of my hand. I've never heard of this. I mean, I was there with the Molly Tibbetts case, if you remember that. You guys remember Molly Tibbetts? Yep, I'm definitely going to look at their pictures. Yeah, please hit the likes. Okay, wait, I'm going to read. Okay. Indiana State Police say the similarities. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. I just got freaked out because I thought we're talking Indiana, but Evansdale girls are coincidental at the point investigators are not close to the idea of a connection. I mean, I'm going to be in Iowa this week. That's crazy. Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation agents reached out to Indiana State Police early on the investigation. Wait, I do like to write things down. So early on the investigation of the February 13th abduction and slaying, confirmed Mitch Mordved, the division's assistant director, Iowa DCI is still looking into its own unsolved murder of two Evansdale. I'm literally going to be in Iowa this week with a customer at dinner. Evansdale girls abducted in 2012 and found dead months later. I do know that double abductions are rare. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Double abductions. That is absolutely curious, very intriguing to us. Those are things we do want to pay attention to because we're still open-minded to any and all tips. Oh my God. How have I not heard about this? This is like, you guys probably gonna think I'm really dumb. Sergeant John Perrine, a spokesperson for the Indiana State Police, said the similarities amount to the fact that in both cases, two young girls were killed in a rural area on a trail on what happened to be the 13th day of the month. We believe these cases are connected, Perrine said. A lot of people would hope we can solve both of them. Abby Williams, Liberty Rose German, Libby, were dropped off. Okay, so we're going through near the abandoned rail bridge to hang out around 1 p.m. February 13th, but they didn't show up at the arranged pickup time. Following the extensive search, their bodies were found about noon the next day in a wooded area approximately 1/2 mile from the bridge. Lyric Cook Morosi, age 10, and her cousin, Elizabeth Collins, in Evansdale were reported missing. Hold on, I'm going to put their photos up. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, I'm going to answer you, Jenny, just in a second. Sorry, this is interesting. Okay, I took a screenshot. Uh-oh. Where'd it go? Sorry. Let me keep going. I don't want to lose people. Okay. Here, wait. Let me take a screenshot and I'll put it up, but I'm going to continue reading. I just want to, if people aren't familiar like me, this Marriott I'm at has terrible Wi-Fi. Just give me 1 second, everyone. I'm sorry. My laptop's running a little slow. Okay, it's going to be a little off-centered because when I do a screenshot, the Marriott I'm at tonight, it's moving a little slower. See, I can't even access StreamYard. 1 second. Okay, I'm going to load it. Okay, image file, slides, PDF. Let's see if I can figure this out again. No, it doesn't take the screenshot. I'm sorry. Okay, oh no, here it is. I think it is. Yep. Okay. I'm going to make this live and then I'll read it. I just want, for people that don't know, let's move the other thing off stage. Look at these sweethearts. God. Oh, it's just horrible. All right. So Lyric Cook Morosi, 10, and her cousin Elizabeth Collins in Evansdale reported missing on July 13, 2012. Hunters discovered their bodies on December 5th. Okay, so let's write that down. December 5th, 2012, at Seven Bridges Wildlife Area at Bremer County, 24 miles north of where they last reported. One second. I'm going to look this up for a second. I'm going to look up Seven Bridges because I'm pretty close to Iowa right now, guys. Seven Bridges. No, I guess Seven Bridges. Let me just look up Evansdale, Iowa. One second. Evansdale. I definitely will be near Cedar Rapids. See, yeah, holy cow. Okay. Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, so we're talking Waterloo here. We're talking Gacy's first place where he worked at all the KFCs. So yeah, I've been here a million times. So Evansdale, interesting. Okay, so Evansdale were reported missing July 13, 2012. Hunter discovered their bodies on December 5th at the Seven Bridges Wildlife Arena. I'm going to literally be at dinner with a customer right here. I'm going to go here. Seven Bridges Wildlife Arena in Bremer County, 24 miles north of where they last reported. Drew Collins, Lyric's father, said he saw a Facebook post about the Indiana murders on Valentine's Day and moved by the case's parallels, called the lead investigator on his daughter's case. To me, if it isn't the same person, then that means there are two people out there capable of doing this, okay? And they're going to do it again, Collins said. People should be scared either way. On February 15th, investigators released Indiana investigators. Holy cow. That freaked me out. I literally thought the bridge guy was the same in Evansdale. Holy cow. Indiana investigators released a grainy Snapchat photo taken by one of the girls for the murders of what appears to be a white male wearing a blue jean jacket, blue coat jacket, and hoodie walking down the abandoned road. I think it's the camouflage hat that Ron Logan was wearing. But investigators also released audio, okay, down the hill. We know that. Perrine added that investigators are not closed to the idea of a connection. However, Indiana State Police are working through 11,000 tips, which none were Richard Allen. It was like 15 of them were Ron Logan, related to February 13th case, Perrine said. A year after the Evansdale murder, investigator had 1,100 leads. Almost 5 years after his daughter's death, Collins said he's still getting tips, the latest being at 4 a.m. phone call. 4 a.m. phone call. I've always wondered if investigators had so many tips they never caught it, Collins said. Unless it's a really good lead, it's got to be a needle in a haystack. Wow, that's what they're going to leave me with, huh? I am very intrigued by this. Thank you, I should. Is the Wi-Fi pretty bad? Wait, July 13th and February 13th. So I'm going to be there. I wonder if I could get an interview. Should I try to call the person now and see? Again, I don't want to put someone on the spot on air, but I definitely want to go meet the person. I'm going to be in Cedar Rapids, Iowa on Thursday, and I'm going to be there probably Wednesday and Friday morning. So Waterloo and Cedar Rapids, Iowa are pretty close. I'm going to be meeting a customer that I know that's an OBGYN doctor. Because I sell the company I own, we do aesthetic devices, right? So we sell skin rejuvenation, stuff like that. They said they aren't related. Trust me, bro. That's kind of funny. Trust me, bro. That's what. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Do you guys mind if I go to the restroom just for 1 second? I am so sorry. Just. Should I go there? Like, what does everybody think? I mean, either way, these two beautiful little girls were murdered. How are they? Does it say how they were murdered? Uh-oh, I'm not even sure. Is my internet really bad? Can you hear me? I don't even know if anybody can even hear me. Can anybody hear me? Uh-oh. Should I put it on my phone maybe? Hold on. Weak signal, it says. You can hear me? But it says weak signal. Is there a delay like with my when I'm speaking. Yeah, nature does call. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I'm probably the only podcaster that always has to go to the washroom during the live stream. I'll be right back. Or, I mean, what what are you going to do to Ted Investigates? But no, I understand your point. But I mean, it's like, what's going to happen? I'm going to say, what's up? I'm a pretty like low key individual. Like, I guess you could like, I mean, I've never committed a crime. I've never had a felony, never did a misdemeanor, never did anything. I don't know. I mean, I'm muted. Am I muted now? Oh no, I was just saying I never how about now? Can you hear me? Okay. I was just saying I never committed a crime, never committed a felony. I'm a pretty reasonable individual. I mean, if somebody wanted to come after me, I mean, I don't know, like what, not, I'm just trying to do the right thing. But yeah, I mean, I get it. You can't like trust people online and stuff, but I mean, to each his own. I mean, why would you want to go hang out with Ted Investigates or come see me? I'm a guy that just is like a dude. Like, hey, what's up? I don't know. But no, I hear you. You got to be careful out there, right? I mean, if you stalk me, I just say, hey, what's up? Like, so if you came out with me in Iowa, we're in the cornfields, right? You have to watch tornadoes. You have to watch icy roads, small farm town. You know, I don't know. Say, hey. I mean, I don't, to each his own. But no, I hear you. Okay. All right. So let's talk about why they thought these two. Oh, God, it drives me nuts. I can't look at like little kids and I can't look at their last photos on Earth. I mean, they're so innocent and they're so precious in life. It drives me crazy. I mean, Indiana, wait a minute. I mean, Indiana, this is the county that charged a man for terrorism. Oh, that's true. Okay. So if we're going there for having PVC pipes in his garage, okay, that's a good point. I mean, I didn't even think of that, like a wrongful charge. Yeah, duh. I should be smarter than that, of course, because like I have nothing. And again, just like probably Richard Allen had no record at all. And he's even a better man. He was in the military. I wasn't in the military. But you're right. Yeah, I know. God, am I a hypocrite? I'm sitting there going, why would they do it to me? And they do the same thing to Richard Allen. Yep, you got me. Okay, understood. I just feel like being originally from Chicago, it's such a horrible area, the area I was raised, but I wasn't thinking of like chess moves, right? Like detectives and like setting you up. And that was really foolish of me. I was thinking of more of like mano a mano or like hands-on violence. Like I think I can handle myself, but I wasn't thinking of, the only thing I'm preaching about is injustice and corrupt cops and stuff like that. So, yep, you got me. That was really silly of me to not think of that as the first thing. I'm thinking of like, oh, there's going to be like a serial killer. Why come chase down Ted investigates? No, there's going to be somebody that's going to say something, make something up, and then I'm going to be right in the same predicament as the person that we're trying to free. Exactly. Okay, what is this, Michael? Well, I do know. Again, I don't want to go into details. You guys are probably right, but I do know law enforcement in Iowa. Let's see what everybody's saying. First time or repeat offender, he might have gotten lucky. Fig, Dan Dillon involved with that case. Wait, he's involved with both? Michael? Okay, I'm going to look that up. Michael Kunder. This is intriguing, though. Like, I'm literally going to be in this town right by there this week. I'm definitely going to be – I don't want to bother – a family member. I'm going to do that offline because I remember when I was cold calling people and telemarketing people during the live stream, I think it kind of made the audience a little like, hey, this guy is going a little too far. And I didn't know at the time. I was like, hey, let's just give people some pretty good content. But I was not mindful enough. And I apologize. Like I was calling random people part of the case. And I can only imagine what it would go through somebody being bothered like that. So I'm going to do that offline. Again, not try to bother somebody, but I would love to help. Anything I can do. What up, Hydro Quebec? 5 other abductions and hung himself while police closed in. So who is wait, I just wrote down Michael Kunder. Is this someone I should look up? Michael Kunder. Let's see. Michael Kunder, Evansdale. Should I call somebody? Well, I pretty much know someone that gave birth to like every single person in the town of Waterloo, Iowa, right there. The doctor, everybody knows him. And I wonder if he would actually know this because he lives there. And he delivers babies. I mean, he's probably delivered 10,000 babies. I wonder if it's crazy. Like we would go out to dinner and like people would stop by in the town, like all dinner saying, hey, Dr. So-and-so, what's up? Thank you. Yeah. She's doing good. Cause he gives birth to like the whole town. Trivia. Kay Kimes, Ted, I think this case has a lesson. It's been a lesson to us all. Yes, Jenny, definitely. There's many suspects. Hold on. Let's see, Brian. Really? Yeah, the paper boys in Iowa. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Isn't it crazy we just solved the yogurt killings? and it was like tied to like that serial killer, those sweet girls that worked in that yogurt shop. I think it was on Netflix too. I was watching it and it actually got solved. 6'6" monster served about 20 years, a 41 sentence, only to appeal again. Please, somebody call in and let's talk about this Evansdale. We still haven't found the killer of the paper boys in Iowa. 1 second. Why don't I even know this? Hold on. Paper boys. West Des Moines. My God, put that. My God, West Des Moines is like I know that place like the back of my hand. Okay, let me write that down. Okay, let's go back to this Delphi thing. Good evening, Ted and mods. Hey, me Tanya, Ted, please stop announcing. Okay, yep, I will. Okay. Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas. I love Austin, Texas. That is a fun place. That place is awesome. I have friends from Austin and it really hurt. What is this? Oh, that's right. Oh, God, I know. I bet. Austin, Texas. Okay, so Evansdale. Let's look up Evansdale Michael suspect. New DNA technology, July 14th, 2025. Lyric Cook Morsey 10. Lyric. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not pronouncing this sweet girl's name wrong. Lyric and Elizabeth Collins 8 were abducted while on a bike ride in Evansdale. You know what's so scary? And I don't want to make this about me, but when I grew up in Chicago, we were waiting at a bus stop, and kind of what kind of really got me into true crime is there was a man. The bus came early, right? It was like at 6:30 in the morning, and I'll never forget this as a kid. And I was about 4 houses down from this, but I was walking out of my house to go. I must have been 6 or 7 years old, and there was a guy that pulled up. I'll never forget this, in a green and white Chevy Astro van. He had a denim jacket, denim jeans. He had a khaki ski mask. He ran out of the car, and he ran at Jay and Natalie, and it was all over the Chicago news at the time. And Natalie was one of the sweetest girls. She was my age. She's alive and well and has kids. Jay, which I can't say his last name, he's actually in the FBI, and his father was in the FBI. The guy ran at both of them. Thank God Natalie and Jay both got into like the sliding glass door of their house. By the grace of God, they ran in. I was like scared, excuse my language, shitless. I was frozen watching this happen while I was walking down my driveway, and it didn't register like quick enough. It just happened so quick that I remember, back when you're a little kid, I think I had like a JanSport backpack. I had my little lunch pail, and I saw this, and it didn't register. I saw somebody run at the kids, which were the same people that I think we were like in 3rd or 4th grade and were in my class. And then they got in, and then the guy ran back into his car and like took off, and it all happened so quick. So always keep your kids safe, obviously. And you guys know this, but it happened where I froze. Like I couldn't register what was going on because the guy was sprinting. And this is before cell phones. This is before we're talking like American Online. AOL was just getting going, Yep. The yogurt shop murders happened in Austin. Yep, exactly. Sorry, it took me a second. Let's see this. I almost was snatched walking home from school once, but I was in high school, and it was 2 men in normal dress. Happened right in front of the school, and they never caught them. Jeez, sorry to hear that. That is terrible. Okay, let me read this. Oh, Fig, that's freaky. It's definitely scary. I'm sorry that happened to you. I was scared to life. And then, I could keep going. When I was 21, well, that's for another day. I met somebody. I was very into the girl. I think she liked me. Like we were just socializing. I'm not like a pushy individual. So she was a hostess, and like we talked a little bit, and then she saw me back in the day. Like it was right when Buffalo Wild Wings just first came about, and she sat down next to me, and I think she had way too much to drink, and she was just being nice, and she's saying, "Hey, where are you from?" Blah blah blah. So like, long story short, nothing happened. I never seen her again. A year later, she was coming home on Christmas Day, and her neighbor, like a few houses down, were breaking into homes, and then he murdered her. It was Christmas Day night, so she was leaving a family's party, and they still do this walk in Illinois dedicated to her. But yeah, I mean, that was a nasty one. And then, yeah, it was sad. Okay, I'm going to go over this. God rest her soul. She was a wonderful girl. Inside the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation Crime Lab, scientists quietly and meticulously poured over test tubes and machines. It's the behind-the-scenes part of the homicide investigation that the public rarely gets to go on. On July 13th, 2012, two young cousins went on a bike ride and never returned. The disappearance of Elizabeth Collins, 8, and Lyric Morosi, 10, shook the town of Evansdale to the entire state of Iowa. The girls' bikes were discovered near Myers Lake in Evansdale on a remote part of the trail that is covered by trees. Overhead interstate traffic drowns out any noise on the part of the trail. See, so why was this related to Delphi? Is it just because the 13th, July 13th, and the other precious souls were taken on February 13th? You can't hear anything. It's the perfect place to take a couple of kids. Oof, that's just even twisted. I have to say that. Hunters discovered the girls' bodies 5 months later in the woods at Seven Bridges Wildlife Arena. Okay, I don't even know if it's still called that. Seven Bridges Wildlife Arena, approximately 20 miles north of Evansdale. Investigators have never revealed a cause of death, and there's still no release. They've never revealed a cause of death. My oldest, that's strange. If you're not revealing a cause of death, then you must have something in your back pocket. And it's been a very, very long time. I'm going to Google. Just give me 1 second. Seven Bridges. It's probably not even there anymore. Seven Bridges Wildlife Arena. No. I don't know. It doesn't say it's even, I'm far away from there, but okay. Approximately 20 miles north of Evansdale. Investigators have yet to reveal the cause. My oldest was roughly the same age, and so that it brought me a little closer to home, said Special Agent Scott Rieger. Rieger has investigated the Evansdale case since the beginning, and he became the lead investigator in 2017. Let me see if I can go to the Evansdale Police when I go there. Evansdale Police, Scott Rieger. Rieger has investigated the Evansdale case since the beginning, and he became the lead investigator in 2017. He said law enforcement has followed up on more than 2,000 leads. God, I would love to be a fly in that room. Rieger said investigators are still actively working the case. Time actually becomes an advantage because it starts to advance. There are things you can do now in 2025 that we weren't able to do in 2012, which is pretty telling with Richard Allen. Let me just check the stream to make sure everyone can hear me because I'm not reading it. Okay. Everyone can still hear me? Okay. New technology in the DCI crime lab in Ankeny, I've been there, is now being utilized. In April, the DCI crime lab started using software program called StarMix. StarMix can analyze and separate a mixture that contains several DNA profiles. In the past, we couldn't see much about that minor component because it is too weak. It was kind of an outnumbered by the major. The beautiful thing about StarMix is it really separate out components of the 2 or 3 person mixtures and helps us compare that to the known samples, said Halverson. So now we were able to say much more about a minor component of DNA in a mixture, which quite oftenly really is the probative evidence or the really important part of the mixture that we need. Halverson is unable to reveal details, but he said the DCI crime lab has written 30 reports 20 of those reports are the results of DNA testing on evidence that has been collected from the crime scenes in the Evansdale interrogation or investigation. A typical case, a general run-of-the-mill case, would just have one report, said Helverson. It goes to show how hard our state investigators, our law enforcement partners, our crime lab has worked on that case. Elizabeth's father, Drew, says he finds hope in knowing that evidence is being examined by new technology. I'm very confident in the people we have in place that are looking at this case and working this case, said Drew. I don't see them slowing down in 13 years. We haven't had the results we want yet, but I think they're coming. This is very interesting. The Iowa DCI has never named a suspect or a possible motive. Investigators have closely looked into other crimes involving children. 10 months after the Evansdale abductions, Michael Klunder, that's what someone said in the chat, kidnapped 2 girls. Okay, so this guy's in prison. 2 girls from Dayton, Iowa. The Iowa DCI said Klunder killed Kathleen Shepard, 15, before killing himself. Oh, he killed himself. Desi Hughes, who was 12 years at the time, managed to escape. In 2013, the DCI agent in charge at the time said Klunder was ruled out as a suspect in the Evansdale investigation. Wow. However, today Rieger says he will not comment on ruling anyone in or out of the investigation. Rieger believes the Evansdale case is solvable. Time is just a funny way of realizing what's true in all things in life. And this isn't going to be any different. Man, smart man. That's smart. Drew and Heather Collins say they'll continue to fight for justice as long as they live. We're not going to slow down. We're not going to continue until the day we die, said Heather Collins. Strong people. KCCI reached out to Lyric's mother, Misty Cook. Write that down. Sorry, Misty Cook, for an interview. She declined. In June, Cook was charged with conspiracy with intent to manufacture, deliver meth, and conspiracy with intent to manufacture marijuana. I mean, that happens, obviously, in towns. Lyric's father, Dan Morrissey. Also has a lengthy history of drug use. I mean, that, your kids are murdered. You can't pass judgment on what someone does after that. The DCI has declined to comment. I don't want to really talk about anything to do with drugs, about abduction or death. Investigators ask police to continue to submit information. Okay, so that's all I got for that. Does anybody else have any, how does this tie to Delphi? Hey, what's up, Shay? Even though their crimes were committed separately, how was there not any DNA evidence found in the Delphi case? Yeah, that's a narrative that the ISP, I feel like, is creating. Similar, also, their parents. Okay, wait, let's see this. Yeah, there is the DNA in Delphi. Nellie Lane, similar also by the parents of girls' situations at the time. Parents of one of the girls in the Delphi Evans case for dealing with drug charges. Again, when you go through something so awful, it would be very hard to come to reality, if you had a loved one get abducted and murdered or anything like that. I mean, to have an addiction after that would almost be normal, I think, unless you're part of maybe the 10%, 1% that could deal with something like that. I mean, I know I wouldn't be able to handle something like that. Could one of your mods, let's see, who's this? Shay, could one of your mods send me another Discord invitation? I actually deleted mine. Yeah, no problem, Shay. I'm so bad at Discord too. 1 second, let me check Discord. I didn't even know what Discord did until a few people can somebody send the Discord, or I don't even know how to send. Let me see. Shay Watson. Yeah, weren't you on there, Shay? Let me see. Add friend. If you're talking about someone that with this Discord thing. I don't. Shay Watson 3856. Send you a friend request. Doesn't work. I struggle with getting on Discord. Same with me. The situation of both crimes. Okay, Shay, I'll definitely make sure we can get you on it. No addiction and drug selling could have been the motive. Yep, exactly. Oh, could have been. The thing is, the parents weren't just addicts. They were also cooking and distributing allegedly and possibly involved in bigger operations. Interesting. Okay, did not know that. Nicole, I don't do Discord. I didn't do Discord up until like a week ago. And then people are like, do Discord. And I'm like, oh, maybe people can share things. I mean, they do. A lot of people share fun content on there. I have an account, but I can't get on. All right, so how do I, here. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Let me help Shay out. Because share invite. Copy. Oh, here. I'm just going to put it in the YouTube thing. And then if anybody, here, 1 second. Anybody can join. And then if you're like, ooh, someone said, get off the Ron Logan kick. Oh, that was nice. Thank you. I'm going to put it in the chat thing. And then if somebody's kind of like rude or whatever, we can kick them off or however. Here you go. Add me as a friend on Discord. Expires in 1 week. I have no clue what this is going to do, but there you go. Does that work? I hope that works for you. I'm sorry. I don't know. Feel free to join and chat up. I don't know. It's like there is a lot of good info on there. There's a lot of people with smart stuff. Derek German owns thousands and snitched on his higher up drug dealers. That's the motive right there. Interesting. Okay. Does anybody want to give me any ideas what they want me to do? Wait, Derek German owns thousands and snitched on higher up drug dealers. Liberty German's dad also phones that binged in Evansdale. Are you kidding me, Brown? That is holy cow. Yep, Francie Fran, I'm right with you. You're more than welcome to join when people will message on there. Now, they do share a lot of good things. There is a lot of fun stuff on there about the case. But when they like respond, I just watch, and it's really good info people share. When I try to contribute, it's where I fall short. Wait, okay, I'm going to write this down. Also, phones that binged in Evansdale on July 13th. Also binged on February 13th. Like they literally pinged in the same areas? Isn't there a connection with third parties? Yeah, Deb, I've used, well, I mean, unfortunately, Ted Investigates is on Discord, but I didn't understand what I was doing on there. And then I actually pay like $10 a month. I don't even know what I do on there. I don't even know why I paid. I'm like, maybe you have to pay to be like a company type thing or whatever. But it said like, hey, for $9.99, you're a Nitro person. I'm like, I thought you had to do it. I had no clue. So I pay $9.99 a month to be a Nitro person or something. I have no clue. Let's see, Nicole Spacek. Wait, pinging phones in both areas. Now you have my attention. If this is pinging phones in both areas, what are we talking about both areas? Are we talking about Indianapolis? Are we talking about Cedar Rapids, Iowa? Are we talking about pinging within like 100 feet? What are we talking about? Do we know the pinging? Can I look that up? Can I get a little bit more granular with the pinging? Or is this just like, hey, Waterloo, Iowa, and then someone travels to Indianapolis or Crown Point or like Lafayette? Like, are we talking about pinging in Delphi or close to there, right? Something about meat packing and transport perhaps being involved. Meat packing, that sounds like drug trade, right? So you're putting like drugs in meat packing. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, please, Nicole, if you'd like to call in really. Oh, wait, did you get a PayPal account set up? I do have it. I just don't know if it's ever. So a lot of people are telling me to like be careful about my personal information. Like I was saying that I'm going to be in Iowa this week because I want to because I'm going to, I might as well check out this Evansdale thing. And then everybody was saying, just be careful with my contact information. Shay, you've been a great contributor. Definitely give you my cell phone, but I'm just saying, like, does PayPal, like, would you have to know Ted's last name in order for Ted Investigate then to donate to the cause? Or is it, you know what I mean? So like I wouldn't be worried about, but I'm saying people before you got on were telling me, like, don't say where I'm going to be at or do things because I could be set up for like Richard Allen, for instance. So I'm kind of just being, not doing that right now. But I would, I don't know. Yeah, I do have Buy Me a Coffee. Wait, she did. Wait, I'll send you the live when he talks about it. Please, wait. I'm missing all this. Oh, no, I'm not yelling. I hope I wasn't coming off yelling. I sometimes can't hear my own voice on this live thing. Wait, Nicole. When did Keegan Klein head off to Las Vegas? So it's actually a great question. If people in the chat just want to answer that, they'll fill you in. Okay. Yeah, no. I'm definitely a guy that wants to learn on the fly. I mean, I was passionate about Delphi. I knew about it since the very beginning. I was very naive to it. When they identified Richard Allen, I was that kind of, I don't want to label myself being a dummy, but I was like, oh yeah, that's Bridge Guy. Like I was like, whatever. And then I started learning about the case and living not close to there, but Indiana, Illinois, we're neighbors. I started looking up and then learning more and more. And I was like, holy cow, something is up. And then interrogation videos and all that other stuff came out. And I was like, holy cow. It really opened my eyes. And then obviously we know how society is with corruption. Get you a burner phone, Ted. Yes, thank you. Just look at the other, what is this? Just look at the other creators and see what they have. Yep, that's true. Make sure PayPal does not share your name to senders. Ted, you need a PayPal, Venmo, more people can support channel. Yep, that's fine. And again, liking and subscribing helps too. I don't know if we'll ever get to the size of like where, I want to help support a portion of what my company brings in for Richard Allen, and if there could be any extra, that's gravy. If not, liking and subscribing is big too. Just spreading the word and getting out there. It's kind of the angle I was going at, but yeah, I appreciate it. I'll look into setting something up in the future. Like I have my own Venmo that I use with like people, but I don't know if that's like a secure Venmo from what people are saying. Oh yeah, the little flamingos. Yeah, Sarah Carball's dad. Wait a minute, what is this? This is interesting. Sarah Carball's dad was in Evansdale and he was a truck driver. He also questioned, apparently she's Muddy and Bloody Girl. Wow, I'm gonna write that down. Okay, so a lot of people know about this Evansdale. And so was this something that like Indiana was talking about at the time when this happened? Like how did it go from like Iowa to Indiana? Because of the pinging of the cell phones? Like how did those two connect the dots? Yep. Oh, I agree. I definitely would put all my chips in on Logan. It's kind of like, wait, here we go. Wait a minute, Jenny. She's so smart with her info. It's kind of like a cell phone was in a geofence in Iowa. That same phone was a geofence in Delphi. Jesus. Okay, we're talking geofence now. That is that is interesting in the geofence. But can you do little promotions like you're doing for Rick and not have to pay? No, I mean, with YouTube, and again, I've only been doing this for like I've been doing this since I think October, but like I didn't like achieve like monetization until January. And YouTube does take 30%, and they haven't paid me yet. So once they pay me, I'll know more. I don't know. I just see a little thing that says revenue, and I don't know if that's revenue minus the percentage they take or revenue of like if it's overall or what the percentage they take. I have no clue. But I should know soon. And then at the end of the month, actually it might be in the beginning of February because I don't know when they're going to give me the money. When they give me the money, then we'll sign on live. And then I did get two different people to tell me where I could donate it to Richard Allen, because I can't sit here and say I'm going to donate stuff to Richard Allen and not donate it. So it was really challenging at first to search around and see where, because Kathy Allen, there's people that GoFundMe, they had one page that capped off like in 2022 that hit their 40 grand. But I wrote to two different attorneys. I think it was Bob Mata, actually. They gave me the direction of where to donate and where to go through. So that's what we'll do. So as soon as that money hits, again, I'm going to use my own money as well. But as soon as the YouTube money hits, then we'll do like a little show, like during the show, and we'll put up the link. Again, I won't have my credit card so you see it, but we'll donate to the organization that we know, whether it's commissary or whatever it can help Richard Allen. And Bob Mata, we have back and forth text that I just have to pull up. Law enforcement first thought they were related, then Trust Me Bro happened. Trust Me Bro happened. What is this Trust Me Bro happened? Is that Keegan Klein and his dad hanging out with the Jackass creator? Do you guys see that video? What was it? It's not Johnny Knoxville. It's what's his name? He's famous. He's oh God, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name. Did I miss the Mata interview? No. So Mata had a snowstorm or an ice storm and was going to another case, I think in Arkansas, and couldn't fly, and he was driving. So we're going back and forth. I mean, he's a busy guy, and Ted Investigates is a very small channel. So I caught him to do the interview. He had to reschedule. We've been going back and forth. I'm definitely going to give him some other times, but again, I'm at his mercy. He's Bob Mata, and I'm little guy Ted Investigates. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm definitely the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, and that's kind of how I got to him. But he did tell me we'll make it happen. He had a drive, and then I think where he was driving got canceled because of an ice storm, and then he came back, and then it's just been kind of crazy. But I gave him a few days to I was in California last week, and I gave him a few days to kind of have breathing room. I sent him a text. So no, you did not miss that. Okay, 1 second. Okay, can I bring somebody on live and just let's get up to speed really quick on this whole Evansdale thing, or should we move on? There's 66 people on here, so you don't have to show your face. You could keep the little icon, and we can just break down the Evansdale, and we can talk about the geofencing and how it relates to Delphi and kind of get me up to speed. Again, I can read articles and I can do this and get people engaged. Evansdale girls were found in the woods and posed positions kind of like Delphi. The girls were too young. So I'm going to be there, everyone. I'm definitely going to investigate this. Law enforcement saying, trust me, bro, without proving anything. It's so crazy. When I hear trust me, bro, I think of other things outside of true crime. So I'm glad you guys have brought it to my attention. When I hear trust me, bro, there's other topics I follow. And one of it happens to be sports. And there's a coach that's getting in a lot of trouble, and he keeps saying, trust me, bro. And I'm like, these people are talking about the National Football League here. So sorry. I didn't want to say that, but everybody keeps saying, trust me, bro. And I'm like, this can't be the person that I'm thinking of. But let's go back on topic here. Evansdale girls, I have no schedule, so I miss a lot, or I'm on YouTube for days and still miss stuff. Sorry about that. It's drugs and corruption and trafficking, all sorts of stuff. It's intertwined with insurance fraud and insurance fraud. Wow, and arsons and money being laundered through property, so towns can't solve it without exposing. This is so interesting. cranks. I do love the little flamingos from the cranks. I learned about the cranks. I thought that was really cool. Dropbox. Okay, we want to talk about Dropbox. So I'm going to invite someone to come chime on in. Mother of Dragons. I've seen you before. Thanks for jumping on board from the beginning. Let's copy here. I love those little flamingos. I love the cranks. That's a cool little thing. Not cool little thing. You guys are like very smart about the case. I shouldn't even say cool little thing. So if anybody wants to jump on about the Evansdale, who has connection with all the Dropbox? So like Keegan Klein and Keegan Klein's dad, I mean, now again, I think it's Ron Logan, right? I think if anything, Keegan Klein, maybe, the coincidence of him bringing the girls to the bridge, I think there's definitely merit in that. I think Ron Logan is definitely obviously he's found his property, false alibi, only time he's ever lied to his cousin. I definitely think he has involvement. But again, you look at that father, you look at the son, you look at, I think Anthony Klein and Keegan Klein, holy cow, those sketches, Keegan Klein always wasn't that chunky. Like he looked like he could fit that description to a T. Hey, what's up? Go back to the first 24. Okay, I will. Can I take a nature's break again? I drink a lot of water during the day, and I have to take he had ties with Delphi, but wasn't a resident of Indiana. A flock of flamingos is called a flamboyance. And Nick, the guy that was prosecuted, what's in the box? I always thought RL, but wait, here's this Laura. Hold on. Laura's new. She's got some pretty cool things to say. Thank you, Monster Drink. I always thought RL, but man, this Holder crap. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely Holder is there's a lot of twists and turns. Correction, he was not a resident of Indiana, in my opinion. They were covering up. Okay, wait. In my opinion, they're coming up some very highly up people in Dropbox. Yeah, I mean, we see that in today's time, right? So I definitely don't put that past you. Okay. Okay, we'll talk Delphi. I'm going to run to the restroom for just 1 second, and I'll be right back. And then we can go right into Delphi. And let's talk. Let's talk about the first 24 hours. Is that fair? We're good? All right, well, I'll be quick. I'm sorry. Holy cow, we dropped off. Yeah, please like. One thing I fully understand is how a person can be hiding plain in sight. Exactly. Holy cow, we dropped off by 10 people. Please make sure to like the channel. So if we could, everyone can just like it. I'm going to check it because that is the one thing I'm going to hold everyone to. I'm never going to sit there and ask for anything, but just the liking, it's easy. I can even like a channel. Wait a minute, we got 36 likes. Okay, we're okay. And we're not doing good. But, you know, might live to see another day here. We got 57 people watching. This is 56. Okay, I just remember. Okay, here we go. Case. I just see reminders that there are more good people than bad people because of spending time on this case. Yeah, for sure, 100%. So that's what you all have to remember. There are more good people than bad people. So bad people make the loudest noise, right, because of the horrific things they do. But there are more people from, and again, I don't need to tell people this, but there are better people out there in the world that truly do care, that want to make a difference than there are bad people. Unfortunately, the bad people, do make, you know, the biggest noise because they're horrible people, but there's more good than there is bad. I've been around both sides. And again, not from just my experience. I'm sure you guys are all experiencing that as well. But there are more people willing to help and help you as a person that are good than are bad. The bad just stick out more, obviously. I subbed. Always happy to push free Rick Allen. Thank you very much for subscribing. I mean, I average about one a day, so thank you. Hold on. I need to jack it off. This thing is killing me right now. Okay, let's go to the first 24 hours of Delphi, if that's okay. Okay, first 24 hours of Delphi. Let's break it down. The Odin group I viewed, oh, wait a minute. Nicole has some good stuff to say. The Odin group I view as a gang that was kind of outsourced to take care of things. A hit, cleanup, ECT, and it was also used as an initiation for want-to-be members and built to patsies to insinuate. Interesting. Ted and oh my God, Criminal Network! What is up, dude? Sorry, I got excited. How is it going, man? Do you have some flavor to give us? I was talking about the Evansdale. Nicole and Brian got me up to speed. And, of course, Jenny and others got me up to speed on this Evansdale thing. And the geofencing connected to this. Oh, what is up, Criminal Network? Leave your DNA on the like button. Just don't get the DNA law enforcement to get a hold of it. Yeah. Oh, real quick, and then we're going to go to the first 24 of Delphi. Criminal Network, I think you're going to find this funny. So I'm discussing that I'm going to be in Iowa this week, right? So I'm kind of being a hypocrite. I'm going, well, what could happen to me? Like, who cares my location? What do you guys, what is someone going to do to me? And I'm sitting there, like, not thinking of, like, playing chess. I'm, like, thinking of checkers. I'm thinking, okay, what are you going to, like, pick me off or, like, kick the living heck out of me? And I'm not thinking about, like, being set up by law enforcement. Or like someone calling in, like saying, because I don't have a record or anything, someone calling in and saying I'm doing something I'm not, or framing like how they framed Richard Allen. So I just wanted to tell you that I am total, excuse my language, a jackass there. That was a jackass moment going, nothing's going to happen to me. Who cares that I'm in Iowa? And I'm bulletproof because no one's going to like kick the heck out of me. I'm a pretty just nice guy and I'm open-minded. And then I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, this entire time we've been talking about Richard Allen and how he's been set up. And I'm not thinking about like someone setting me up like that. I'm thinking of like physically like hurting me or doing something to like injure me. But I'm not thinking about like chess moves. I mean, I don't know. Anyways, that's probably too much to share. But I just thought it was funny. And I thought I would let you know that I'm sitting there like clueless going, oh, no one's going to hurt me. Society's fair and there's not, bad detectives and terrible law enforcement and I'm not saying all law enforcement is bad. I have a family in law enforcement, but I'm just saying like, I was just being blind to the fact right in front of my face, Richard Allen. And I'm sitting there going, oh yeah, nothing's going to happen to me. They can't mess with me. And I'm going, oh, you better shut the hell up on what you're talking about there, Ted. So cool deal. Let's go to the first 24 hours. Okay. What is this other slide I had? So I was going to read the, let me just pull this up for a second. Defendant's verified motion to preserve and produce specific evidence I was going to read this, but I don't know if I haven't heard from Deanna. 1 second. But I think we should do the very beginning and like walk it back. So let me remove this. We always talk about this. Let's go the first 24 hours of Delphi. If does anybody want to be the narrator here and break it down? I am here because of Brian. Oh, thank you, Brian. Wait, Brian, you did a call? Here. Thank you very much. I'm always very thankful for everybody. And the great Reby. We are always happy. Oh my God, you did a call? Please call in. Here it is. Please, let's start us out the first 24 hours of Delphi. Or whatever's on your mind. I just got to look for, I mean, if that's what you mean, if not, no worries either. I just wasn't sure. Start at the weekend. Mean Girls. Intro. Anthony Schatz. Beautiful. C2 Day. Beautiful. I love where you're going with that. Love it. I can start it out. If you give me pancakes at 10:30 a.m., still passing through stomach. Oh, man. Yeah, I know. I read that. Space 12 to 12:30. Fastball testing 4 to 6 hours. Criminal Network. Hey, are you, again, I can talk to you offline, Criminal Network, but if you're in Texas, I'm going to be in Dallas at the end of February. Let me see here. First 24 hours are crucial. No, I agree. So does somebody want to lead the way for Ted Investigates and talk about just a few bullet points, and then I can kind of interject in there as well? Tucson, Arizona. Oh, perfect. I was in Scottsdale a couple months ago. I have family in Tucson, actually. That's awesome. I was just at a wedding. Very expensive wedding. I could not believe the people that got married there, how much they paid. It was outrageous. And they had pretty decent jobs, but I mean, it was a lot of money. I was like, holy cow. Sweet people, great people, but wow. The money in Arizona. Holy cow. Yeah, for sure we'll connect. Yeah. I usually go to Arizona a few times a year. Criminal Network, you two, we're singing the same songbook. All right, let's do with C2 Day. I really like C2 Day. I like where you started, February 12th and then the 24th. Okay, let me write that down. And then if no one wants to call in, I can kind of go through it. And again, thank you. Like and subscribe, please, and share. Investigation should have started with the crime scene, not the bridge. Smart. Criminal Network. You know, I was at the Baseline Killer's house. Now, that's not near where you are, but Phoenix. And I was at the Maryville Street Shooter and then Mercedes Vegas. If you know about what happened to her just recently, and she was unfortunately, tragically burned alive on the I-Tonopah highway. Fort Worth, yes. I have good friends in Dallas, Fort Worth area, so I work with people out there. Fort Worth is beautiful. The first 24, Deb, the summer party. The first 24 hours of investigation was a mess. But what we do know is nobody found the girls, even though they were looking where they found. See, I love this. You guys are the pros at this. Please, someone hop on and give me a little context about this. And even if it's like a minute, or I'm going to sit there and basically what I'm going to do, because I wasn't prepared before it happened, which I should have been, is I'm just going to Google this and try to look it up. But if somebody can kind of get the ball rolling and talk a little bit, that'd be great. If not, that's fine too. Let me give you one more time. If you do want to come on in, I promise everybody's pretty cool. There's nobody. I mean, if I'm talking and no one's making fun of me, I think everybody's beats my butt. So, yep, I agree, Candy. And if you're listening to me, wait, here we go. Someone just come on in. Add to stage, Monday, C2. Okay. Good evening. Depending on where you're
How's it going?
Hey, doing really good. How
How's
are
it
you doing?
going? I was just trying to say you got to start at February 12th. That would be almost at least 24 hours before they become missing.
Very smart. I saw that, and I thought that was very
I
smart.
I,
And then,
I hate texting. I'm bad,
yep,
but
nope.
yeah, they used to call me Monday, and then everybody went with everybody's emails. So now it says C2 days. So I don't
Oh,
think a lot of people know not even who I am, but there's a lot of people here that you probably don't even know their monikers because they're going by the emails now,
yeah. You are right. That's
which is
actually a good point.
okay. I'm totally cool with it because we need to know who these people are that are in the chats,
Right, right. Yeah.
and
No,
I'm totally cool with it. But they won't give me Monday. Someone copyrighted it already,
Oh, no way. Are you
so
kidding me?
I
That's
lost it. I lost Monday. But if you look at my page, it says Monday. And a
yeah.
lot of
It says
things,
Monday
if you
here.
go way back, just do a whole show on just Doug Carter, and we're not making fun of him because how I got into this case was because I loved Doug Carter. I loved him. I loved his passion. I
Hmm.
loved everything he did, and no one understands that with me. They think I'm joking about him all the time when I quote some of the things he says, and it's like, what was he seeing before they fired the FBI? I think that the FBI was on it and they had to shut it down.
Yeah,
And
right. Like, sorry, say again.
I've only drove around it my whole life because you even look at the Kohlberger case, they're the only state that pulled them over twice.
That's a good
No
point.
one, they drove across the whole country and no one pulled them over, and Indiana pulled them over twice. Think
That's a
about
good
that.
point. Yeah, yeah.
And I'm going way off the wall because no one's ever heard me talk before. This is the first time I've ever gone live.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm proud of that. Thank you for choosing
And I
time to listen.
appreciate what you're doing. And I like when you keep saying you don't know anything because I don't either. It's all, it's a circus. It's really crazy. And there's something being hidden, is all I wanted to say tonight. I don't
Yeah,
know who's hiding it, when they talk about actors involved way back early in the case. I believe there were actors involved.
right, right. Yeah, I
And they
mean,
might be dead now. They might be gone. We're talking how many years has it been? You
right,
know,
right. Made a great point. Yeah,
everybody's emotional about this. Everybody's emotional about it because we know that Richard Allen is the patsy.
yeah.
They had to find somebody.
They had to. Right, right. I
And
couldn't
I'm
agree
not,
more.
I'm probably last to this case. I think I found out about it because the whole Snapchat murders. And that was new then too, Snapchat. So the police or me or you, we didn't understand Snapchat.
No, right, right, right.
Nobody did. Nobody. I almost want to quote Chris Rock. Nobody knew. And then now, fast forward to 2026, we find out, you know, I can even laugh about it that my moniker was Monday because I was scared to even talk about this case.
Yeah, I mean, you made a great point there about like, especially like me being newer. I mean, I've known about it, but just like new to the community and how kind of scary and the twists and turns it takes. I couldn't agree more with some of the people that have messaged me one off. So I definitely agree with you on that.
And I don't want to take too much of your time. This is
No,
just,
no,
I thought you're the perfect plateau on this because just go into it not knowing nothing.
right, right. Thank you.
Everybody wants to tell you what to think. Don't do that.
Right,
I think
smart.
I think it's way beneath that. I think that's a culture thing,
I
and you
agree.
see it in Minneapolis. You see it, we laugh about Florida, stupid Florida guy, and I love Florida. We all go there for vacation. But
Yeah.
there is some craziness to everybody. And sometimes I don't know if people, I don't even know what to say. Like, how do you explain what happened at the High Bridge? That is crazy.
Crazy.
Crazy. Like who thinks of that? But someone did. And
Yeah.
that's the scariest thing. And that's why there's passion at this. I see a lot of names coming back that I haven't seen in the chat. And I recognize them because of their emails. Because, we're not scared anymore. There's something wrong with this case.
Right. Right. I even
Like,
when
I think,
oh god.
go ahead. Sorry. There's a lot of passion because everybody gives a shit.
It's true. Very true.
And that's why, I look at the chats and I might see 200, I might see 2,000, but that's still a lot of people that have doubt
It's
into
true.
Richard Allen or the day of the search. You should just do a whole show on the day of the search.
Day of the search.
And
I'm
there
gonna
was some monkey business going down. And I don't know if it was, I don't even want to say. I wasn't there.
right.
Because I was probably 2 or 3 years after this happened, when someone brought it to my attention. See how
Right.
that happens? Where people just start going, well, what do you mean? And then it doesn't make sense. You're like, well, that's, what do they call it now? When you can't prove it, you can't disprove it. What do they
Yeah.
call that? What's the
Yeah.
legal
Yeah.
word for that?
Yeah. It's at
Where
the
there's
tip of my
just this,
tongue.
it's not even a gray area. You can't even prove it or you can't disprove it. That's what this case is.
Right. Right.
I
Right.
don't see any evidence that says, worst case scenario, and this might hurt a lot of people's feelings. Richard Allen is a lookout guy. If you're
Yeah.
saying he's BG, if you're saying he's BG, and I don't even believe BG, I think BG is a photo off a trail camera and they made a video out of it.
Yeah. It
Now
could very.
that's a different loophole. But they even told us they went to Disney and NASA to look at the video. Come on.
Yeah. It's
And that
crazy.
was they probably scrubbed all those interviews on that. Go
Right.
try looking up a Disney NASA research Delphi photo. I think it's a trail camera, and they tried to make them walk. And then now they're just, I think you have to go back to the first 24 hours. And I keep saying that. And I don't know if my texts don't work. There's a TV show called that, The First 24 Hours,
Yeah, that's. I actually love
right?
that idea. That's something I'm definitely taking to heart on the next
And
episode. Is the
just
first.
when the 24 hours is over, I don't know when you started, if you started on February 12th, February 13th, whenever. Because you're showing me the last proof of, here's one for you, and then I'll let you go.
Oh,
Because
sure.
I
Go.
appreciate everything you're doing. Because you're straight out saying, where am I at in this case? And you don't want to do that. I think you just have to start over.
Yeah. No, I agree.
How did we get here? I'm not blaming anybody. I think the guys in jail has been tortured,
Oh, I know.
like Clockwork Orange. Or maybe
Yeah.
I'm dating myself, how old I am.
No,
But there
Clockwork
was
Orange.
something
Yeah.
going
Yeah.
on there. Why were they putting him in those facilities when he should be wearing a suit in his court case? Why wasn't he wearing a tie?
Right.
This is
Right.
America. They wanted chains on him. They wanted the bad guy. That's what
Yep.
they wanted, and they had tunnel vision. And I don't even know where you go from there. That's why I don't want to take your show too far off course. But I think we got to go back to the first 24. There were some slip ups.
That's going to be, honestly, thank you so much for calling in. That's going to be the next title of my next podcast, The First 24. I think you hit the nail on the head
24.
because
Because
I was
where we're
starting
at right
after the
now,
call.
we have YouTube channels that I love. that are just too caught up into the case, right? Like they're
Right.
just, I hear more about letters and someone said this and some, you know, if you just told me, tell me something only the killer would know, okay? You want my opinion? Monday? Is it Monday? I think it is Monday.
Yeah. Yeah.
That
No,
hasn't
it
happened.
is.
That hasn't happened in a while. And I love everybody. I love everybody in Delphi because everybody cares. And I just see that. And I've seen a lot of them leave
Yeah.
because I just think there is some underground trolling going on. And maybe if nobody's making money on 2,000 people, 3,000 people,
Yeah.
you're not going to stick around.
Right.
I
Right.
think
Yeah.
we got to go back to the 24. And I think the 24 should start at the Mean Girls sleepover when the girls first got introduced to Anthony Shots. Who were those girls? Who were those kids?
I'll write that down. Sleepover.
There was a sleepover. I don't know. I wasn't there,
Right.
you know, 3 years later or whatever. I just feel that there's something you could talk about her painting her room.
Right. No. No.
They
No. I
found
couldn't
they
agree
found
more. This is
sheetrock. They found sheetrock on top of the painting. How is there sheetrock? Like there was something happened before the banana pancakes, and that would be a keyword. I think that there was a lot of keywords that were used early in the years that the family was using, and I'm not shaming anybody. I'm not saying nothing, but when it doesn't add up, you got to go back.
right. You
You
have
know
to.
this. If all of a sudden you get to a point, maybe it's 3 weeks later, and it's not adding up, and then the main person that's seen them last goes mute until
Yeah.
Dr. Phil talked to her. She finally started talking. That scares me. What happened there? And I should go because I gotta brew some beer tomorrow. But that's
I
enough
really appreciate
information
it.
for everybody. That's what I do. I brew beer. That's what
That's
I do
awesome.
for a living. So I work 5, 6 hours straight where no one talks to me. I just keep doing my thing. That's all anybody needs to know. But I listen to podcasts like everybody else.
Same here.
And this one does not add up. And there's the ones that are unsolved that no one pays attention to. Why do people keep coming back to this one?
Right. What a great point.
We could talk about OJ.
Yeah.
We could talk about there's other cases that would be we could probably have we have more information to go. Well, no, this happened. No, this happened. This
Yeah.
one you got. I don't think we have to go all the way back wherever Ground Zero was or Subject Zero or wasn't there a movie called Subject Zero where I don't even know what I'm talking about, but you have to find. Okay, when was the last proof of life?
Right.
Abby playing catch with Grandpa Williams, which breaks my heart when I say that. That fucking guy, that was his only grandbaby. And he's just,
Interesting.
when was the last time you seen an interview with Abby's family? Why is it
Yeah.
always, and
I
I'm not, and I get shamed for this, but I've never said stuff like this. Why don't we hear from Williams' family or maybe that's too deep for everybody, but why is it always germane to the case? Germane,
see, and that's
German.
stuff I didn't even
Like
not even know.
there's something that we're not told.
Huh.
And why was the tattoo joint across from the courthouse called Odin's Den? And then they changed the name of it right before the case. That's what I wanted to call you originally for.
Oh,
I
is
was being
that
a smartass. Yeah, that's true. I've
Jesus?
been through Indiana. I've driven through Indiana. I know. Come on now. There's a lot of weird. We don't even need tentacles. There's so many.
Yeah.
What is going on in Delphi? And I think that people in Delphi need to rise up. And I've put that in the chat many times. You need to rise up because I'm not going to solve this case. You're not going to solve this case. The people of Delphi will.
Solving.
It, today might be your day, but I don't. I think people are scared there. How about that one?
I
That's
love
like a
what
Jesse Ventura comment.
you
I do. I think they're scared there, and I would be too.
Yeah, me
The
too.
two girls have. It's unexplained what happened there. You can't tell me. I've heard about shacks. Remember what happened to the shacks? There was all these shacks. Was that just Ron Logan having meth houses in his backyard, not paying attention?
Yeah.
What was going on?
Yeah.
What
What was
was
going
going on back then? And we could sit here and talk all night. I think someone else should talk, and maybe we just opened up a little chatter because that's
Yeah.
all it is.
Yeah.
When you can't pinpoint something, it is scary.
It is.
That's why it's called the boogeyman. I think,
Yeah.
that's why we lock our doors now. I grew up when you didn't.
Yeah.
Everybody did.
Yeah. Made a great point there.
It's a weird time. And the problem is all these people are retiring. And I think Prof, I still watch the Prof. I still watch Shaboos. There's a lot of people. I seen Farmer was with Cryptics. And that's what we got to do. We all
Yeah.
got to
Just
get together
yeah. Yeah.
and just kind of do a house rules thing, and maybe that's how we'll figure it out. Because maybe I heard some things Farmer said that I've never heard,
Yeah.
and I'm not even going to repeat what he said because I like him, but I've never heard it, so I can't dispute it. But I was like, that's crazy, you know.
Right.
And you're
Right.
probably getting that right now, where you're like, I haven't heard that before. That's
Oh yeah.
crazy.
Sure. Me. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is twisting and turning me, spinning me around and like all over the place. Like I can't even wrap my head around it. I'm at like 1% of what you guys know.
Well, I
What you're
think
saying
I'm
is
at
blowing my
10.
mind. I mean, it's just
I think I'm at 10%. And I've been here through COVID. I've been here through every time I think I figured this one out, there's a left turn out of nowhere. And
yeah.
that has to do with like how they solved it too.
Right.
They
Right.
first told me, now here's one to think about. Even before the first 24 show, and I'll call back if you do one on this one,
Oh, I love
is
that. Yeah.
the first photo is secondary. Remember that? When they said the first photo is secondary. So what are they telling you? The young bridge guy is who, we find out now is who Betsy Blair kept telling them, that's who I saw. That's who I
Yeah,
saw.
that blows
That's who
my
I
mind.
saw. And then
Yeah.
and then they finally release it, and then they tell us and that's probably when I finally came in to this case, was I was like, wait a minute, I see the guy on the bridge. I see the drawing. It looks like the who's the young guy.
Yeah.
So,
That's
and then after that, they told you to look, squint really hard and try to look at them both at the same time. I remember that one. They probably took that off the YouTube streets. What I'm saying is it's it's been a wild goose chase, but I think if we're gonna believe Betsy Blair, and I shouldn't even say her name, sorry,
no, it's
but
fine.
this is a small crowd we have here.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then we have to believe the first. That's who she saw.
Right.
She
Right.
didn't see. She didn't see Bridge Guy. Was Bridge Guy just a photo from a trail camera that they got? They thought was him
Yeah. I
and
mean,
brought him. I don't. We could go right down Twilight Zone stories on this one because I don't think they've proved to anybody in our small crowd that this is the guy that they got.
right.
And
I
we can
mean,
go down Keegan Klein stuff. He got a hell of a deal.
No, he really did.
What
I
I
mean, I
see.
went down the Keegan Klein well, and I went down. I mean, you could go around forever. I mean,
And
I'm
we
still
never really heard why.
right,
That dude's a horrible dude,
right, yeah,
and he got a deal.
yeah. I can't.
So we don't really know, and we probably, I hope we find out. I think that's how we do this. You get everybody in the middle. Delphi has been so split in half, probably before the trial, but it's worse now.
Yeah,
So where maybe you get both sides of these YouTube streets, as some of the people would call them. But I think that we're close, and I think we've gotten close. Who
right.
it is? You could, if you wanted me to punch you into the health club tomorrow, I could do it for you.
Yeah, yeah, right, right. Exactly.
2026. And the
That's
worst part
true.
about it is that's the only, who's that guy's name? And his only alibi is he was at the health club,
Holder, right? Brad
right?
and Logan
Yes.
Sport. Yeah, right, right. Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm not
Sports.
even down that rabbit hole, but that one's always messed with me. Like I could punch you in and out of the health club, especially if my friend owns the health club.
Yeah, great point.
Can I
Yeah,
get some video of that health club of him walking in the door on
yeah, yeah.
February 13th, Brad Holder? Can I get satellite shots of that parking lot all day?
Right. Yeah,
Because you know they
1000%.
got it.
Yeah, yeah. That's a
They
great
know
point.
they got it. I know they got it. Something happened there. And then they throw a cocktail at a FBI agent in Terre Haute,
Yeah,
and he's all owed everything, like he hates everybody. But then he ran for mayor. So how far is this connected? Is I think a lot of the questions. Why would you bring something up if you don't really understand it?
agreed. I agree.
Right? How is that guy? He's not fit to take a case, but he ran for mayor 4 years ago. So he's
That's a good.
okay to be mayor.
Yeah,
But if you're a cocktail at a federal building, that's, I don't even know. That's as far as I got. And then you stop because you're like, some little dude from fucking Washington, Texas ain't gonna fucking solve this thing. This
right.
thing is like deep throat, scary. It's scary. I would be scared. I would drive around Indiana. Go back to that. Why did Kohlberger get pulled over in Indiana twice?
Right, right.
He
That's true.
drove. How many states did he drive through?
Yeah, he went through. Yeah, he Denver. What, like I think Montana. Was it Montana
I
or
don't.
Denver? It
He
had to
might
be
even went through
Illinois,
Minnesota
Nebraska.
if he took the Dakotas. If he
Yeah,
went up above the, I don't know. His dad knows, but
yeah.
they got pulled over at Indiana twice, and that always kind of bugged. I'm okay with it. Pull him over. That guy's guilty.
Right. No, it's great you
They
mentioned that.
probably
Never even put two and two together being it both in
they
Indiana.
probably wanted to see what this guy looked like because that's how nosy. That's how Indiana rolls.
It
It's kind of central United States there.
is, yeah.
I think the guy from the Blind Melons from Lafayette, Indiana. There's a lot of pride to Indiana too. So
There is.
there's
Yeah, I stayed at a hotel right outside of Lafayette. Yeah.
you got the
Dude.
KKK is probably the in Indiana somewhere there. They're the last place that they had a parade. The KKK was in Indiana, southern Indiana. They had a
Man,
parade with their little suits on, walking down the street, and that was okay. And I want to say this is like 1985.
oh,
It's in newspapers.
shit.
We could. There's all kinds. It's not probably not even Odin. I think everybody has to take the whole Odin word and just delete it from your. I just think once you start saying Odin, you lose people.
Yeah.
I think it's even deeper than that. I don't understand Odin, and I don't understand. Vikings to me is a football team. Sorry, And even when I try to read that stuff, I can't. It's witchcraft, man. What are you talking about here? I believe in Jesus like everybody. Come on here. Lord of the Rings stuff here.
Yeah.
But I think you got people like Elvis Fields that looked up to people like that. He wanted to be a part of a brotherhood. He said that.
Right.
And then you ask yourself, what would the killer know? He says that there's horns on her head and he might have spit on her. Those would be
Yeah, Elvis
two
Fields.
things
Yeah,
only
right.
the killer
Yeah.
would know. That, just right there. And I guess I wasn't there. I was late to the party.
God, we were just talking
But
about Elvis Fields a few days ago too, and I was like, "Holy cow, where'd this guy come from?" Then, and I know a lot of people in the chat will have obviously their own opinions, but it's funny you mentioned that because I was like, "Oh, here's this guy now saying his spits on her," and he looked, yeah,
that's a weird comment,
yeah,
especially when they let you go. Why wouldn't he just keep walking? He's free. They
right,
must have let him go, right? I don't
right,
know. That would be, if you get a police report on that one, we'd love to hear that one. And those are things we don't hear. It's all hearsay. Is
right, right.
that the official word? What was said that day? Do we just get bits and pieces?
Yeah,
It's scary because, everybody's got nieces and nephews and whatever. And you just trust the system.
right, yeah. No, you do. I heavily
And then you
trust.
got people out there that have to accept this and then have to try to explain it. Like, if I don't mean to jump on the family early in this conversation, but you have to ask questions. Like, it doesn't add up here.
Right.
That's a rough way to live too. Is if you can't explain the story either.
Yeah, yeah,
Just time out. You can't even tell me you said this and then now you're saying this and then that. But I think it comes fast. God
right.
bless everybody that was involved. God bless all the searchers. I think I've ripped the searchers because that's where I really started. Originally was the search. They called the search off.
Right.
And
Yeah,
those
that's
are my kids. I don't care if the search is off. I'm going out there. Just
yeah,
the
that's
whole thing.
ugh.
So you almost have to go back to, I would say, February 12th.
February
Whenever
12th,
that,
written down the first 24.
whenever Anthony Shots was introduced to the girls,
Right. And then
and
all
I
the
don't
getting
know
out,
what
logging
they,
in and out of their accounts. He kept when we were reading that FBI back and forth or ISP about like, why aren't you telling us who keeps logging in and out? Like they logged in and out. I don't
someone
know.
was.
Right.
And I think on top of it, I think Kelsey was on there deleting embarrassing stuff, was her comment. She was on the accounts too.
Smart. Yeah. Yeah.
And then her hair's in the hands of Abby. And I'm not going any way, but there's some what would you call them, anomalies, or
Yeah. Anomaly. Yeah. I get
is
that.
some masking to the story? Is there, because you don't, once they really did that right away when this thing started, from what I seen, that it was like, they called it a gag rule and they lived to buy it. But
Right.
then you're not giving the people in the town information they probably need,
Right.
right? So in the meantime, you got people coming up to the family and they have said different things. And maybe that's the power of YouTube today. But,
Good
you know,
point.
I'd probably say something different 10 years ago than I would say today
Yeah.
at an event that I was at. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know exactly what you're saying. I'll
There's,
look at like my Facebook post from 10 years ago and I'm like, what am I posting these updates? It sounded crazy.
what is this?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
don't even understand it.
Yeah. What I'm
So
saying. Yeah.
I get that too. I'm not trying to punish anybody, but I just think the simple way is like that stupid TV show, the first 24.
Yeah.
They start the clock on the TV show. I seen it. They start the clock. I'm trying to make people laugh because that's where we're at.
Yeah. Right. Right.
And start
Yeah.
over, and maybe if we could figure out something different, we wouldn't blame the family anymore. But I think that why was that red Jeep sitting at Marathon gas station just hanging out? Were they
Right.
waiting for the girls to get okays on a ride to the bridge? We'll never know.
We
Who was
won't.
at that Marathon gas station? Is who is in Keegan Klein's Dropbox? Who is he talking to?
Right. Right.
Well,
Right.
and then
Right.
how did he get a better deal in the end?
Right.
That
Yeah.
guy should be thrown away. That's what upsets me out of anything. So Keegan Klein got out, and then you look at it, and it's like his dad's more suspicious than Richard Allen. Anthony Shots,
Oh, for
Tony
sure. Yeah. His
isn't
dad. Yeah. Right.
isn't Tony short or long for or Anthony, right?
Anthony.
If
Anthony.
my
Yep.
mom named me Anthony when I heard 25, they're gonna call me Tony the rest of my life.
Yeah. Right.
Isn't Anthony Shots? Like that's really weird to me too.
Oh, that is weird. Yeah. I didn't think of that. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm the first one that thought of it. I don't think so, but it's just like Tony Anthony. He liked to hunt, shots.
Hmm.
We're not
I never
playing
even
we're
thought
not
of that
playing
for a
Wheel of
second.
Fortune here.
Yeah.
Can I buy a vowel? But I'm just like, there's some weird stuff that keeps pulling you. And then even when you go to the Keegan Klein stuff, I've been seeing some of it lately. Is on top of it, there was two people jumping on some Wi-Fi at Keegan Klein's grandma's. So who's the other
Mm,
guy or who's the other phone?
yeah.
They're
Yeah. That's
jumping on the Anthony Shots account. There's two different phones jumping off it.
right. Yeah. Yeah. I
Just
was
like,
reading it the other night and I couldn't even
remember
make.
that?
Yep. It was a couple nights
Like
ago. I
I
was reading
forgot
that.
about that. It's like country golf course road or
No. So two nights ago, I read the back and forth interrogation of Keegan Klein, and that's all they were hammering was like, you're either covering up or you're doing something. Don't be the fall guy. We know it's not you, but we know there's somebody that's been bouncing in and out of your phone with you that you're affiliated with. And I don't have
in the same conversations, and they said that
yeah.
they could tell by the way he typed. I type
Yeah.
funny
Oh, by the
too,
way, he typed.
but they could
Exactly.
tell by the different style of typing. It was a different person.
Exactly. That's exactly. It's funny you brought that up because the last show, word for word, verbatim, in the interrogation, I just read it through line item, line by line, and they were saying, "We know it's two different people talking." By the way, they typed.
I
Yep.
thought so. No, there's some. Which way do you go now? Which way do you go?
Blows your
you
mind.
know,
Love
it blows your mind. And then you got a guy with a ski mask looking in windows.
Yeah. Right. Right. I
right
read that in the
after right after the case or right after the uh I don't even know what you call
what was it?
the
Was that
hybrid
did Klein admit to that? Because that was
right
in
after
the
that.
document I read. It was like, what were you doing masking in a window? Right. Yeah. I
And
literally
no
just
one
read it.
talks about that. That's another one. Like you hear that and you go, oh yeah, whatever happened with that? You're like, there's so much information here that you just forget about stupid stuff like that. Like that makes more sense than anything, man. Right after the case, right
Right.
after the girls go missing, there's a guy with a ski mask.
Yeah, I mean, girls missing guy in a ski mask in the window. When I read that, so I had no clue that was coming up in the words that I was reading. And like my brain short circuited. I'm like, what do we have here? Man with a ski mask in the window? My mind again, and I want to keep saying this term was blown. I'm like, what the hell is this?
And then Keegan Klein also says that he agreed to meet the girls that
Right,
day.
right. I mean, what a
And
I
I
mean,
don't
that's just
know what the
that doesn't
wordage on that is because that's probably buried. Well, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, that totally, my brain short circuits with Keegan Klein and that connection. There's so many different twists and turns, and being newer to the case and like learning from the people that are on this channel. I feel like I'm just spinning around in loops. My brain. So,
I think you're doing good. I wish I was back like you, where I didn't know nothing about this case.
I bet. Further I get into it, holy
You
cow!
know,
The ski mask
I'll
thing.
be
It's such a
honest.
good point you brought up. I was just like, what is this now?
And I've heard a lot about, we just go way back. We got Mike Patty in a canoe
Yeah,
going up and down that creek there, and Becky Patty in an interview. It's like a 360 interview they did like 8 or 9 years ago, and she says, "Yeah, tell him what you were doing." She didn't know what he was doing that night.
right.
Was he throwing shoes around because they found three Nike shoes
Right, the three Nike
at the
shoes. Right.
car? What? There's a lot of weird. Yeah, what was Mike Patty doing in the canoe that night?
Yeah,
That
it is.
that's my bumper sticker. I'm gonna get that bumper sticker and put it on the back of my car. What was Mike Patty doing in a canoe that
Yeah, on a February day. Yeah.
on a February day? And then he's Mr. You want to talk about Ron Logan doing interviews? I think Mike Patty did more interviews than anybody the first 2 days. He was
Yeah.
the spokesperson.
Yeah.
How do you
I heard you say that.
control a narrative? How do you control a story? Be in front of it.
Yeah. Right.
You
Right.
know. I try to be a detective too. That's what we all are. There are
Right.
some weird. You know. We go Shane Evans. Where was Shane Evans that night? You want to talk about behind the scenes? He's the mayor of Delphi. He was
Right.
supposed to be somewhere. He wasn't there.
Right.
And these are all people that were behind the sheriff in the lineup when they're doing their little stories. And he's sweating. Look at that one. This would be your homework tonight. Go Google Shane Evans, the very first press conference where nobody knows anything. They don't
Yep.
even. I bet he doesn't even know there's a video yet because they want everybody's reaction, right? You got
Right.
the FBI involved. We have this video. We have this photo, right? Why would you leak that out to anybody until you do the press conference? And you look at Shane Evans, and you look at Gary, or what's his name, Holman, the
Yep.
lead investigator later down the road. They are sweating. They're watching every word come out of that FBI's mouth, out of Doug Carter's mouth. That would be a video. We just watched that press conference, and I don't even know. Is that like 4 or 5 days after the
Right.
murders? Like it was a few days after. See, and I'm not good on all these dates and all these numbers, but
Right.
there is a video where they're doing. That's where he goes. The killer may even be in this room. The
Right.
sheriff or the
Crazy.
lead ISP guy goes. He might even be in here.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch that. That's crazy that you're saying that. That's
And I think that's where you start. You start on those first 2 weeks. Because back then, people didn't look at cameras and how they're reacting and how their faces look. But
right.
YouTube is crazy. You look back at some old videos, it's
Right.
like, what is really going on? Even the Diddy stuff. What
Yeah.
was going on? What we didn't, and they say that in the investigation early in the days. I think his name's Kim, where he says, even in the video, you can't see what's going on over here or over here, right? He's pointing like outside the video camera recording the BG video if it's real. He's saying you can't see what's not being recorded. So I believe that they thought that's why they said many actors right away. I believe they heard another voice on that video. And I think everybody that's seen the video hears
Yeah,
something at the end.
yeah, I would
And
agree.
I've always heard that. I've heard that for over two, or when did they release that thing? A year ago? There's just some weird anomalies to this case where it's like, did we just keep changing directions on the investigation?
Right.
This
Yeah.
was good. This was good. Oh, no, this is better. This was good. And they never really investigated it. Because now you're telling me someone who works for free finds a tip in a drawer?
Yeah. Yeah. The,
That's your big break?
yeah,
Sounds like
that's
an Eddie Murphy cop movie.
Beverly Hills Cop. Yeah.
Right? Hollywood couldn't have wrote this one. Like, if we wouldn't watch the movie and they showed us everything that happened, and at the end of the movie, they showed us this old lady finding a sticky note on the side of a fucking drawer, I'd
Right.
want my money back.
Yeah.
And then she gets the reward money.
Yeah.
All
It's
right, I'm done. I'm done. I love you. Keep doing what you're doing. I think everybody likes what you're doing.
thank you, man. And
We'll
I'll
have to
definitely
do
do
this
the
again.
first 24. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Love you too, man. I appreciate it.
I think that that's probably the best advice I could give you is what you told me. You don't know nothing.
Yep. Right. Right.
Don't let anyone just follow. There's got to be clues I miss. I'll be honest. There's something I miss. There's a piece that probably connects everything. As messed up as that sounds,
No,
that
I
sounds
agree.
too simple. You could talk about Brad Weber. They found sticks in his shed, his outbuildings.
Right.
Ask someone
Yeah.
that one on the next show. He was making sticks into letters in his shed,
That's nuts.
and I think they covered those photos up because I seen them. I'll be honest with you, I seen those photos with the sticks in the they're called outbuildings. And if you look at the way that train tracks go, if you follow, I think Richard Allen's attorney said that if you follow the tracks how they used to go because they're gone, there are outbuildings, and maybe that's what they thought. Where did those girls go when
Right.
they're searching for them and no one found them? Those girls were not there. I'll die on that. I believe that. I'll give you a little C note. The deal is those girls were not there.
Right.
Where they were, you know, I wish I knew because then I get the reward. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like this is messed up. There's those girls were not there, and then they even tell us that they're staged the next day, meaning that's not where they died.
Right.
And I think my buddy Noe used to say that all the time. There's some people out there that I love that you don't, there's a lot of YouTubers when I started that are gone.
Interesting. Yeah.
And a lot of them got scared away. And I don't know that's, no one came after me. I just said silly stuff in the chat every 2 weeks. You know, I had a cool name Monday. I thought that was cool because no one likes Mondays, right? So I tried to
Yeah.
make
Right.
it fun.
Right.
And then people started doing lives on Monday, and it just kind of worked. You got. I've heard things. Even the point where they're sitting in lawn chairs and they're hanging around the courthouse every day. That whole mockery of court. They could have done better on that.
Right. Right.
They had people sleeping outside because they wanted to know the truth. And I think in the end, no one heard the truth, right? Isn't that why you're here?
100%. That's why I'm here.
right? You must have at some point came across this case and went, something ain't adding up here.
100%. That's
At
exactly
one time.
the lay of the land was. Yep.
And I think that's what happened to me, you know. And this was after COVID or something, maybe 2020. So this was still an ongoing investigation,
Right.
you know. And another thing before I go, and I know you know, I'm glad you're keeping me on. I appreciate it.
Oh, for sure.
There are a lot of people, like I said, that are gone. I don't know how that all works, but there's probably people that know more about this than me. You know, I'm just an onlooker just to see one day, is this going to get solved? Because I want to know what happened too. Isn't that the whole? What happened? What happened
Right.
that day? I've heard even recently. I've watched some stuff where they're telling me it was a warm day. Remember that? They're saying we
Right.
had them put the sweatshirts on. I think Kelsey says it a few times. She like yelled at them to put the sweatshirts on. It's cold out. You know, why would you tell people to put the sweatshirt on? But then 2 days later, you watch YouTube videos and they're saying how warm it was that day.
Yeah. 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 I totally agree. Yeah. It was unseasonably warm. Good point.
So what day was the cold day? You know, were these kids? Did these kids even get dropped off at the bridge? You know, you could say that too. You know,
Yeah.
that's why I say you got to go back to the 24. Um,
You
no
do.
one seems to see Richard Allen. No one seems to see those girls. And from my information, those trails were busy that day. There was a lot of kids there. There was a lot of people there. There was no school.
Right. Right.
If you believe that Abigail Williams and Liberty German, and I'm going to say their name like that, were at those trails, prove it to me. Because you got
Right.
two
Right.
bold BS photos that I don't believe. Even the photo, Abby's shoes look fake,
Yeah. And
don't
I'll
they?
actually show that. I
There
have
are the
that coming up
shoes.
next. I'm going to put that up. I'm definitely going to put that
And
up.
isn't the Converse circle on the inside of the shoe? I think in Abby's photo, the Converse circle is on the outside. I could be wrong.
The only thing I have to do,
There, you know,
I don't mean to cut you off. I
yeah,
drank too much
write
water.
that down.
Can I'm going to put that down. I'm just going to run to the restroom for a second. If you want to stay on,
Oh,
or
you're
if you
good.
hop off,
I'll stay on.
okay, hold on.
Maybe I can read.
Let's see. Does anybody else want to join this chat?
Yeah, let's get someone else in here. Maybe I'm wrong on the shoes. I think every time I see that one, it's like those Converse look fake.
All right.
But
Well, you
then
know
if
what?
you
Let's have
say
you.
something like that, people think you're a conspiracy guy or something.
Yep. You know what?
You
Let's.
know, if you go, oh, those shoes are fake. But then when she runs by, her pants are rolled, right?
Right. Right.
Are her pants rolled on the bridge?
That is interesting. That.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'm not looking at nothing, but there's some, you know, and we could talk about this later. You can have some other guests.
Okay. All right. Well,
It's
let's
probably
send me
it's
an
probably
email.
nice for everybody to hear my voice, I guess, if
Yeah.
anything
No,
came out of this.
we really appreciate your time. It was
Um,
awesome.
but I would say just yeah, first 24. What
First
happened
24.
the first
You will see
or
that
the
in the
first
next
day?
title, and then if you want to hop in again.
I'll hop in.
All right, brother. Take care of yourself.
All right, take care.
Thank you so much for your knowledge. All right, I will be right back, everyone. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Like All right, we are back on. Thank you so much. Sorry about the multiple restroom breaks. No. I was just using the restroom. Thanks again for hopping on. I appreciate it. That was really good knowledge. Anybody else want to come in the chat, or we can start going over some other things? Just give me 1 second. What time is it here? Sorry, this isn't even my room. It looks like sloppy. It's a hotel room. All right. What else do we want to know? You sure as mod didn't get in? What kind of tentacult? Thanks for coming up and talking. Hey! What is up? Okay. Let's see. Dark Card by Andrew, probably first week of February. We'll be celebrating a birthday and our 24th year. Going to be fair. Human problems. Yeah, exactly. We can't see you. You guys can't see me? Let me try to minimize myself. Your screen is dark. You guys cannot see me. Okay, hold on. Hold on. My screen's still dark. Like right now, you can't see me. Let me see. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Sorry. It's a common stream glitch. Black screen, really? Wow. Okay, hold on. Let me try to figure out. Let me get out of the screen. How about now? You are not seen. All right, I don't know how to do this then. Okay, hold on. Get out of the dark side. I swear I'm on. Wait here. Let me remove this slide. DNA didn't match Richard Allen. We don't know who it matches exactly. So no one can see me, right? Still? So should I don't know. Let me figure out what to do. Come into the light. I swear I'm like, it's light. It's the hotel room. How's it possible? Turn on a damn light. Okay, hold on, please. How about now? There's like dark. I don't know what this could be. Okay, just give me 1 second. Don't leave. I feel like we have a lot of good dialect tonight. Please just you're not dealing with the brightest online guy. 1 second. Maybe wipe your camera screen. Oh, yeah. What about now? Interesting. No, we saw a dock for a second. Oh, okay. Let's do the dock then. So you see the dock at least, and you don't see me. Should I refresh it? Yeah, let's refresh it. Reload. No sound? Yikes. There. End of the road for us, folks. What about now? Can you see me? Anybody see me there? Now you're mini. I don't know. Can hear you and see you. Okay, we're good deal. Okay. Blackened is the end of winter. Can hear you and see you. I don't know. I'm sorry, everybody. Yes and yes. Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you for telling me to refresh. I appreciate that. So, yes, you're very helpful and smart. Thank you. All right. So we appreciate the person that called in. We really thank you for speaking. And so what we covered, we were covering the Evansdale abduction, which I'm going to be out in Iowa this week. And then we are going to, where's Criminal Network? Is he going to hop on? No, someone said, oh my God. Okay, let's see if I can get up other materials and I can read. What else do we want to go over? We can go over the Evansdale issue. Just give me a second here. I disappeared? Oh, no, Criminal Network disappeared. Is that what we're saying? Oh, what is this? Hold on. Sorry, just give me a second. Yes, they do, I think. Hey, where is my friend in here too? My other friend. Where did she go? I haven't heard back. She might have left the chat already. Crystal. Hey, Crystal, did you get any of I sent you a text earlier. I don't know if you got any of it. I don't even know. I was trying to text Diana earlier. And it's fine if you were busy. I just didn't know. Was texting. The guy that called in was on point about a lot of things. Yes, he definitely was. That blue is a good color. Thank you. Everything brings me a song in my head. Evansdale Connections to Pat Brown, Sarah Carball, Father and Meyer. I don't know which one, but yeah, I'm definitely going to be going there. So I'm definitely going to go try to meet up with Dan Morrissey in Evansdale. I'm still here. I just don't go on the panel. I get mad too easy. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Does anybody else want to hop on, or should I try to start with some other topics? Let's see here. Hold on a second. I think Crystal was on. I thought I saw her in the chat. I don't know. Maybe she's not on. Let's see here. God, the night is young. It's only 9:30. What time is it by everyone else? It is 9:30. Hold on a second. Bars are still open. The night is young. Okay, let's see. I'm still here. What could I? And it is an early Monday. Very early Monday. It is only 9:30. 7:35 for Rachel. Nice. 7:35. 10:30. So you're East Coast. Goddess is at 10:30. Get Crystal on. Her voice is pure. No, I haven't. Michael Osbrook. I feel like this is an important person. Michael Osbrook. Hold on a second. Let me try to call Crystal, actually. I feel like I am sorry to not know I know who you are. I've heard your name about 1,000,000 times. Let me try to call Crystal. Probably too late to call her, actually. She's East Coast. Michael Osbrook. All right, thank you, Michael. Sorry, I gave her a quick ring. Talk to Michael. Yeah. He's a lawyer, right? That's what I thought. Awesome. Thank you, Michael, for watching. Well, there you go, Michael. Let me let Crystal know. See if you both want to come on. I don't know. Hey, Jenny, are you, let me know if you get my text. Yeah, sorry, I'm randomly calling people way too long. No, I know that name. That was, all right, I'll put it out here. We'd love to have you. I understand, though, we're a small channel, so if you're not, yeah, for sure. No, I've heard about Michael. That's why I randomly called Crystal. Hey, Jenny, did you get my text message I just sent you? Let me see if Reby test. Hope I'm not waking you up, Reby, if you're still on. I bet he does. No, just the ones from earlier. Interesting. Okay. Weird. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, Michael. Crystal's mentioned you in the past, so I like jumped on when I saw your name and called her, and it's probably too late. I could have swore she was on though. Let's see if Crystal. I see a Deb. No, I didn't. Candy. Oh, Michael's in here. You are frozen. I'm frozen? This is the worst Marriott hotel. Here, hold on. What about now? Am I frozen? Can you guys, you see me? Sorry, I don't know why the Marriott gets all glitchy. Not frozen. No, not frozen. Okay. I don't know, right by a TV. Look at this big TV that's in the way. Marriott. I'm clicking on the show. I don't know. Okay, let me put up another link. If anybody wants to come on in. Oh, my buddy just got home from work. Hold on. No problem. The chat room says hi. I don't know what he's doing working. It's 9:30 at night. All right, hold on a second. Great live tonight. Good night, friends. Night, Francie Fran. You're good, Ted. Sorry, I'm just rambling right now. It's trying to think of a topic. I got excited because there was that Michael that I've heard about on here. It's -2 without the windshield. We are all frozen. Yeah, I hear you. It's like -15 where I'm at. You're good, Ted. Here, Michael, please. I can start cold calling people. I'm joking around. That didn't go over too well. Yeah, windshield. With windshield, it's -12. Okay, all right. So you're like Midwest, probably, Critter Mama. You got to be near my neck of the woods, I'm assuming. Or who is this? I have not ate at all today. I don't know if I should get order. All right, let's see. What did you think about Tom Webster's interview with Baldwin? I am not a fan of Tom Webster's. We were talking about that earlier. Definitely not a fan of that dude. He created his own narrative. He can, obviously I was saying that a little bit earlier about trying to create YouTube and trying to put pictures and, how in today's world, you can make people look pretty guilty with you like sharing screens and showing what you want to show. It's crazy. On vacation, no problem. Enjoy your vacation, Michael. Thank you. Just happy Just happy you said that. Yep, sorry. And if you hopped on late, we've been on for a while now, and we're going to keep this show rolling. But Ted's running out of ammunition here. I'm not tired. I'm all for it. Yeah. No, yeah. Literally, like just pick up the phone and start dialing for dollars. But I want to be in the Evansville area, and I'm definitely going to see Morrissey. I'll be in that area on, let me think, Thursday. So Thursday and Friday, I'll be in the Evansdale area. I'll be in like Waterloo, Cedar Rapids. So I'm definitely going to be doing that. Yeah, Tom is definitely. No, please. I am not like Gray Hughes. Are you saying Gray Hughes? I definitely do not want to take money from people or get mad at people. And if I seem like I don't have a subject matter, it's because we're going a little bit late on the show. Please. Please, I'm definitely not Gray Hughes. Please, that would be. And I understand he's all meticulous with his maps and everything, but I definitely don't want to be called that guy. Oh, okay, all right, yeah, I could see more Tom then. Okay. I was going to say Gray Hughes. I mean, Gray Hughes. You know, again, I'm not going to bash any content creator, but sitting there complaining at people and not doing the show. I mean, I used to watch him and literally putting himself in prison. And again, I don't want to make anybody mad, but putting himself in prison until you pay him and then he doesn't keep the show going. I mean, whatever. It's everybody's own show and content. No problem at all. Are you going to Florida? Yeah, for sure, Florida. All right, let's talk about the Florida fires again. I mean, you were the people that educated on me on this, so it's definitely you, the people, on majority of this. Florida fires, we definitely can go into take a little bit of a dive on that. Don't want to bore anybody. Obviously, I went through it. I'd love to go through it again. I can't, I'm going to go through it. I don't mean to bore anybody. I'm just saying I'm going to go through it. I'm going to read. I don't know off the top of my head is what I'm trying to say. Even though we went through it, my long-term memory is a little dense here. That's freaky. I have to say that bedroom window, that ski mask. I feel like on the 2 episodes ago we were talking about that. That scared the crap out of me. That was I don't know if that was Keegan Klein. Did he admit to that? Because I can't even remember my own the interview log I read, but I thought he was admitting to that. Right? Wasn't Keegan Klein saying I was the one looking at the window with the ski mask, and then he was downplaying? Yeah, bring on Patrick Westphal. We'll call him right now. I mean, we'll start calling everybody. They never verified that ski mask incident, did they? So it's funny you mentioned that because I was reading the Keegan Klein log either with ISP or FBI, and it must have been on Saturday night or Friday night of last week. What are we, Monday? So I wasn't on Sunday. I don't know. It might have been Friday, but it totally threw a wrench into what I was reading because it was like Keegan Klein defending himself saying, oh, there's no one else logging onto my phone. And it was like bouncing around saying, no, we know you logged on. There's another person logging on their phone. We know that your the way you communicate, there was another person communicating on your phone that logged in because you both sounded different in the way you were text messaging. And then if I remember correctly, and forgive me if I don't, but and then it went to the ski mask thing. And they were asking him about a ski mask. And I don't know if it was the interrogation part or another part I read, but I was so confused then. I'm like, he's admitting to being at somebody's window with a ski mask. I mean, that's the craziest thing you could ever think of. I mean, that is like the Golden State Killer. That is a serial killer. If you're a peeping Tom in my mind and you're in somebody's window with a ski mask, you're capable of anything. That is close to a home invasion in my mind. If I'm looking out the window right now, and I see someone staring at me with a ski mask, you're avoiding your face, you're avoiding who you are, and then you're still trying to look at the person. That's pretty premeditated. That is a person that has tendencies of a sociopath. Wait, no, KK did not admit it. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. It was a long night. Okay, here's Criminal Network. I always go to him. KK admitted to being a black belt in Kung Fu and ran 4 marathons. Yeah. Hey, I know he's definitely not running 4 marathons. No, KK did not admit it. He actually said nothing. Okay, so was it the cop that brought it up? Wait here, what is this? He said something like, just because he talked to the girl doesn't mean he was effing in the window. Okay, that's right. So they were questioning him on it, but they weren't sure about it being him. Okay. Yes, law enforcement brought it up. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. It seemed as though, here's Aries Fire 2. It seemed as the detective implied that possibly happened to A&L, ski mask. I'm not sure if he was a marathon material, though. Okay. He worked with someone. Did he say he was a family friend? Yeah, I mean, we could really go in rabbit holes with that. Let me see real quick here. What do we... Sorry. Oh, would anybody like to call in, or would you like me to read this Florida fires and we can recap that? I can right now. Just let me know before I... God, the night is still young. See, sometimes when I get on the road, you work all day and you're kind of like, well, should I go out and I just like all what the chat. Oh, here's Fig. We always like Fig. Wait, what? Sorry, it's Brian. I thought I was looking at Fig. I have a screenshot on my old phone from the Facebook of a mother who suspected her daughter's suicide was foul play, suggesting other parents felt similarly. Okay, his dad. As long as there isn't someone in the room next door trying to sleep. Yeah, no shit. Excuse my language, but yeah. Now, as a little kid, I was always scared of someone like trying to climb up a window. I don't know what I was watching too many rated R movies where I thought there was always abductors. I always got freaked out. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can order Uber Eats the hotel I'm at. What is this? Nope, I'll keep reading too, so don't worry. I'm not neglecting anybody. 3 comments up. Not arresting KK for years after they knew he was involved in younger kids. Yeah, you made a great point. After they knew he was involved in younger kids, is the question has never been answered. Yep, I agree 1,000%. Where am I? I don't even know what hotel I'm at. Hold on 1 second. Is this a Fairfield Inn or a Courtyard? Okay, let's see here. Where were the parents at the sleepover? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do the last 24, or the first 24, and I want to know about the sleepover. So I've read about the sleepover. I just want to know a little bit more in detail about it, because I really think the caller that was on made a really good, or had really good advice for me. Starting out at that first 24, let's talk about the pancakes. Let's talk about the sleepover and see where that led. And that's just so sad, because when I think of like sleepovers, remember we were all little kids at one point, and how excited you'd be on a sleepover when your parents would actually approve your sleepover. It'd be like, oh my God, I get the sleepover at X's house. Oh, you'd be like just a little kid in a candy shop. You'd be so excited. You get to have a sleepover, and you'd be begging your parents, please, please, please. And I just can't imagine terrible things happening. Okay, I'm going to read the floor up. Okay. As long as you guys don't disappear on me. How do I start shopping? I could really go for let me just give me 1 second, everyone. I just got to put my hotel room in. I'm sorry. Why does it say start shopping? What the hell? I just want to order Uber Eats and it's shopping. Okay, Florida fire. Questions remain. 7 years after 4 sisters killed in intentional set fire. Only an empty lot now sits where 4 young sisters were killed when a fire tore through their home in Florida back in 2016. It's been 7 years, and the girl's mother, Galen Rose, says she still does not know what happened. Rose told I-Team 8 they had just moved into the home at the intersection of East Columbia Street and South Division Street that summer. She had chosen Florida as a place to fresh with her 4 little girls. Start fresh with her 4 little girls. She found the 2-story duplex, which they rented for $500 a month, and says they were settling in comfortably with their routine. Rose had gotten a job at a nearby gas station while the girls started school. Kenyana Davis, 11, Kiera Phillips, and Kira McDonald and Kiona Welch had started cheerleading. We're finally getting settled in and making friends. Oh, look at these cute girls. Oh, it's terrible. Scrolling wasn't working. Rose remembers putting the girls to bed in their bunk beds upstairs that Sunday night. They're preparing for what was going to be a busy week ahead. And she then retired to her own bedroom, which was on the lower level of the home, and fell asleep. It was after 3 a.m. when Rose says she woke up and jumped from bed. The flames were spreading fast as she heard the girls scream for her room from the upstairs room. Rose tells I-Team 8 she tried desperately to get to them as the intense heat engulfed the small unit. Smoke filled her lungs as the flames pushed her back from the stairwell. Realizing she couldn't get to the girls through the flames, Rose says she ran from the house to get help. The first call came to 911, came in at 3:35 a.m. Rose was airlifted to Eskenazi's burn center. I apologize for the mispronunciation. According to records obtained by the I-Team 8, the documents show she suffered burns over her body, including cornea, which were burned during the fire. All 4 girls, Kenyana, Kiriel, God, I'm so sorry to mispronounce these poor girls, and Kiani died in the fire. Again, I am very sorry for mispronouncing their names. Kiana, Kiara, Kiriel, and Kiani died in the fire. God bless their souls. Their death certificates issued by the Indiana Department of Health. It was inhalation of carbon monoxide was the cause of death. In the days after the fire, vigils were held and memorials were built outside the home, which became surrounded by stuffed animals, candles, and messages of love and support from a mourning community. The fire was ruled undetermined by Indiana State Fire Marshal Office. At the time, investigators said it likely originated in the kitchen area. A few months later, the Indiana State Fire Marshal's Office changed the cause of the fire to arson after they say accelerants were found throughout the home. No arrests were ever made and no suspects were ever named. Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter promised a thorough investigation to find the person or persons responsible. As long as I'm breathing air, we're going to stay here. We're going to continue to move forward, Carter said in a November 2017. The home, which stood as a constant reminder of this tragedy, was torn down last year after all parties involved agreed to that it no longer needed to be preserved for the investigation. 7 years later, there are still many pieces of the investigation that remain a mystery. That is very heartbreaking for me, Rose said. I don't have any understanding. I still don't. In the next part of the series, Galen Rose sits down with I-Team 8's Dakarai Turner, forgive me for the name, to talk about the night and how she feels the investigation has failed her girls. The Chase for Answers, Part 1. Let's see if this is different. Look at these sweet girls. Oh, it's so sad. See if everybody's with me in the chat. It's not loading. The Chase for Answers, Part 1. 1 second, everyone. Uh-oh. Might be frozen. Hold on a second. Let me check my phone. Garrett Kurtz, Peru U. That's why I finally caught the Delphi figure. Are you kidding me? Thank you. I don't think it was Reese. First 24. I don't know. Listen again. Doug Carter. Okay, this is loading. Okay, it's not frozen. Okay. Who else was the first 24? Patrick Westfall. This was the thing behind them. Let me see. On an empty lot now sits where 4 young sisters were killed when a fire tore through their home in Florida back in 2016. It's been 7 years. Gillen Rose says she still doesn't know what happened that night. Rose said they just moved into the home at the intersection of East Columbia Street and South Division Street that summer. She had chosen Florida as a place to start fresh with her 4 little girls. She had found a 2-story duplex, which they rented for $500 a month, and they were settling in comfortably with their routine. Rose had gotten a job at a nearby gas station while the girls had started school. Oh, this is so sad. Look at these little girls. Rose remembers putting the girls to bed in their bunk beds upstairs that Saturday night. They were preparing for what was going to be a busy week ahead of them. She then retired to her own bedroom, which was on the lower level of the home. And oh, shoot. Sorry, that scared the shit out of me. That's the video. 1 second. It just played and like made a big boom. It was after 3 a.m. when Rose woke up and jumped from bed. The flames were spreading fast as she heard the girls scream for her from their upstairs. Okay, so Odinism, right, is white supremacy, right? Or at least what, again, I don't want to put things into people's, people that aren't convicted, but wasn't Brad Holder, isn't Odinism or whatever they're doing is white supremacy, and these are 4 black kids? Rose tells I-Team she desperately tried an intense gulf of heat in a small unit. Smoke filled her lungs, and flames pushed back from the stairwell. This is Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder, right? This is what you guys told me. And again, I'm not trying to target anybody. I feel like we went through this. Westfall lived near Flora when it happened, and then he lived near the MHB, Mona High Bridge, when Delphi happened. Okay. All right, good. So why is it keeps playing? Sorry about that. Okay, I'm going to keep reading. Now it's all coming back to me where these were definitely those 2, I think, right? Like besides the Delphi, if they weren't involved in Delphi, they burned this house down. This is like, I don't want to put words in people's mouth, but this is like a race thing, right? Their death certificate is issued by Indiana. Okay, wait, I'm rereading the same stuff. Hold on, let's go part 2. Sorry about that, everyone. Brad Holder and Patrick Rhodes are called to fire. Yep, there we go. Okay. Called to fire, but the girls died because the officer Yoder. Okay. Yeah. I remember you telling me that, Criminal Network. She was dating a white supremacist. Jesus, the mother was? The mom was dating a white supremacist? Galen Rose was dating Colton Creasy. Thank you, Criminal Network. A known Vinlander. Okay, and again, you guys are probably going to like beat me up over this, but the Vinlander, that's like a gang. The Vinlanders are like the outsiders. No, I'm joking. Like Rob Lowe and Tom Cruise, they were. I'm kidding. But no, I mean it's not joking. But I'm saying it's like a gang, right? Like in Chicago, we have Black Disciples, Gangster Disciples, Latin Kings. This is a gang. They're white supremacists. A Vinlander's like a white supremacist group. Sorry, I should know this. I know I read it. They're the Odinists. Okay, thank you. It's a gang. Okay. Well, we know about gangs being from Chicago. That's for sure. That's not new. All right. Let me keep reading. It keeps loading the video, which I would love if I could share videos. This thing doesn't like. Okay. Part 1, 2. Oh, it's going to repeat. Hold on. Rose, I talked to my grandma before I went to sleep. Out of nowhere, something just told me to get up. I rolled out of bed, and then when I hit a corner, that was it. I was like, I'm effing in a house on an effing fire. Wait, I got to pause this. I'm sorry about that. So I tried to get the steps to go up to get the girls, and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't talk. I couldn't say anything. That's how bad the smoke was. All I remember is an ambulance coming. They put me in the ambulance, and I cried for my babies. I just wouldn't stop saying my babies. I would kill myself. Like if I lost 4 of my kids, if I had 4 kids, I would not. That takes a strong person. I would, I know I shouldn't be saying this online, but I would not be around. I am not strong enough for that. Probably sounds terrible, but I'm not. There's no way. 911 call was never released. Because you can hear Galen screaming to her girls, and her girls are screaming back. They didn't need to die that night. Interesting. I was watching Grizzly Old Deep Dives halfway through them, saw a few things I'd never seen. Oh, the Finlanders groups are all across the country. Okay. Thank you. That makes sense. Huh. Yep. I for sure would. I wouldn't be able to do it. Would not want to live for my kids and live. It's like the test. Some Vinlanders are Odinists, but not all Odinists are Vinlanders. Interesting. My opinion, Kelsey was never credible and should never have been a spokesperson. Shame on the family for making the decision. Becca Ann says, hey, what's up? Let me see if I can keep reading without the video popping up. Medical records show Rose was transport. Oh, wait, I think I just read this. Okay, hold on. Let's go to part 3 then. I mean, to burn 4 little kids is disgusting. It's beyond horrible. I mean, death by fire. Man, I would take somebody and torture them for years if they did that. I mean, sorry, I'm letting my emotions get to me, but these little kids, I mean, you got to be kidding me. You're burning kids in a fire. Holy cow. The guy standing outside the burning house looked suspicious, and he looked like he had a can of something in his pocket. One of the owners of the town council president. The other one was his business partner in a hardware business, real estate, and hardened food. Yeah. Oh. All right. So most people on the chat think it's Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder without allegedly. Obviously, I can't. And who was dating the mom? There was someone named Creasy or Colton Creasy. Did he have the relationship with Patrick Westfall or Brad Holder? So many arsons in that county. That's what they do. Galen Rose was also compensated and is my friend on Facebook, but her Aunt Jackie attacked me when I told them the truth. Interesting stuff. Didn't the local polygraph examiner and her daughter also died? I don't know about Brad at Flora, but definitely Pat. Okay, let me look up Patrick Westfall. Should we call Patrick Westfall tonight? I do have an app where I can call him from a phone. Like, so if he's friends with somebody that you know, I could make it look like their phone number is calling him. And not that I do that type of stuff, but I'm just saying. And again, if it's, you know what, I probably shouldn't even say that. This is where I get in hot water. But here it says, Patrick Westfall, person of interest in defense memo here. I'm going to read this. No, I know. Reby, I won't. I won't. No, I won't do it. All right. Okay, let me read this memo. where did you come from? Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. Oh God, I hope you didn't have a similar experience. I'm sorry. Call Patrick. There we go, Anthony France. See, there are people that are pro Ted on the phone calls. I'm not going to do it, people. I understand. Did a blot. Wait a minute. Criminal Network always says good stuff. PH and PW did a blot on November 20th in Patrick Westfall's backyard on Division Street in Florida. 6 hours later, the girls died in the flower. That is horrible. Well, yeah, I mean, we're kind of. All right, Patrick Westfall. He wants to address allegations, says that his children are being harassed at school. He's being harassed at work. He wants to sue the defense for, I can't even pronounce whatever they wrote. He says he understands the defense has a job to do, but he believes the defense to know he passed the polygraph, submitted DNA. Oh, this is about Delphi. 4 days later, after his August interview, to give a 4.5 hour polygraph, which he passed. He says there is something dark and dirty in Carroll County. Everyone knows it, but no one has enough balls, excuse my language, to say it. He specifically said P's family has pull. He believes someone in law enforcement prosecution still wasn't involved in the crime, and that is why it's being covered up. He's a follower of the Asatru religion. He says there's 3 different types. One of them is darker and involves the worship of Loki. He is not that branch of the religion, but at least one of the person in the defense memo is. Law enforcement asked him if Asatru was related to Satanism during the polygraph, and he said absolutely does not have anything to do with Satanism. He is not fond of JM, says JM practices the darker version of Asatru, which worships Loki, the trickster, the con artist, the kid killer, the brother killer. He tells stories about JM and his significant others that angered him, and how he, Patrick, pulled him, parentheses, JM, aside and told him they want none of that dark Loki in the Vinlanders, not to come around anymore. He took his patches and stuff and kicked him from the club. He says Vinlanders do not recruit. He wants to make it clear that Vinlanders don't come to you. You come to Vinlanders. He says the club is a drug-free club, and they do a background check on people. He says the Vinlanders social club used to be hardcore, but a reformed since. Nonetheless, the negative reputation follows them. Was shown a picture of Richard Allen and said he never seen RA. He says since they took his DNA twice, it makes him think they have DNA who's not RA. He said he's never seen the guy anywhere, but he's in a town as small as Delphi. Most everybody knows somebody personally. He doesn't like crowds, and if he drank, he admits he's a home drinker because he's not very tolerant of belligerence in social situations. He doesn't go out much. Even then, he said you see people constantly, at least once a week, because the town is so small, but never saw RA once, Richard Allen. Also said he does not know who the EF is. Had never heard of the name until the defense memo came out. He and Brad Holder had a falling out because Brad Holder was half in, half out of the religion and had been going to church on Sundays while simultaneously showing up at Patrick Westfall's house regularly to practice Asatru. He believes you should pick one or the other. He had a lot to say about Brad Holder's ex. He says in the area he lived in after getting out of Fort Knox Hospital in Carroll County has 3 big slumlords and 2 of them sit on the city council. So anytime something with housing inspecting comes up, these 2 shoot that sick down. He said he's got neural damage from Afghanistan and he can't remember what he ate the morning, much less 6 years ago. But he says the FBI came to his house and interviewed him an hour in 2017. And they have a folder of information from the interview back then. Let me just make sure everybody's still on. Okay. There is something, okay, wait. He is looking, wait. He said he lives in the area after getting out of the Fort Knox Hospital in Carroll County. He has 3 big slumlords, and 2 of them sit in city council. So anytime something with housing inspecting comes up, these 2 shoot. I think I just read that to you guys. Sorry. He said he's got neuro damage. Oh, wait. Sorry. From Afghanistan. He's looking for an attorney. He tells the interviewers he's welcome to call any time. In 53 minutes and 18 seconds in, he's asked what he thinks may have happened out there. He said the ISP asked him the same question. He told them they don't know his opinion and they assisted. So I have to tell them there's something absolutely dark and dirty in Carroll County. Everyone that lives there knows it. Most people link at the, oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm getting sold. I'm reading the same stuff I have for years. And that's what put me in the crosshairs of Nick McClelland. Hates my guts. The law enforcement out here hates my guts. I mean, law enforcement is pretty corrupt. My opinion, the dirty shit going on with the police department, Nick McClelland is a dirty SOB. Absolutely is a backdoor, scandalous, manipulative human being. He's got people sitting in county jail on no bond holds while he's their old ladies' DMs trying to get with them. I'm not kidding you. He's got family in the police department. He has family in the courthouse. McClelland's got a pretty good hold against the town. We've had cops shortly around the Abby and Libby incident that pulled over a couple of girls in town, and something along the lines of this is at a 55-minute where he makes specific allegations. So I'm omitting this part. Anyone who listens and sees a mistake in anything in my summary and wants to add it, feel free. Okay, and then this person said the bit about McClelland having people in jail while he DMs their women is 100% believable. McClelland does have a bit of a local reputation with the ladies. Someone tried to set up a relative with him, and she told him he was interested in the younger women. Same with KF, and I've experienced that firsthand. I also agree with this statement that many people here are very cautious about what they say about Carroll County officials out of fear of retaliation of harassment. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm just going through some of these comments, trying to sift through what's right. He's a follower of the Astro religion. He said there's 3 different types. One of them is darker, involves the worship of Loki. He is not the punch religion person. As Tim said, it's exactly what Loki wants you to think. A few comments. As I pointed out in the post, Patrick Westfall isn't exactly a choir boy. He's called out, along with JM from Rushville, an American Defamation League article, as being a member of Vinlander Social Club, a hate group. You can also find photos of him online in the Vinlander Social Club and other hate groups at the Leif Erikson Day celebration in Philadelphia, where there was a conflict with protesters who were anti-fascist. He's been arrested multiple times and charged, including battery, domestic battery in front of a minor, and public drunkenness. In the interview, he refers to women as bitchs, broads, and old ladies, kind of misogynistic. Some of his statements made during the interview that struck me as curious. He suggested that the reason BH told his girlfriend Amber that Patrick Westfall was involved in both the Delphi murders and the Flora arson killings was to dissuade Amber, who Patrick Westfall claims cheated repeatedly on Brad Holder, from pursuing a romantic sexual liaison with Patrick Westfall. Yeah, right. His statements about the November 26th Flora arson fire, in which 4 black girls died, he seemed to know a lot about the layout of the house and claimed that the mother ran out of the house but did not try in any way to save her children, implying that she was responsible for the deaths. Yet he professed not to know that the fire had been an arson and expressed surprise when the hoist pointed this out, implying that the mother was responsible for the deaths, seems extremely weak. Might this be a rationalization for having been involved in starting a fire to induce fear in and run people out of town that resulted in the death of 4 children. He claims he can't remember things as a result of being injured during military service. This all seems too convenient. Defense isn't going to be sued for being liable or defamation because of the attorney immunity doctrine. What does everybody think of that? Okay. Criminal Network, I definitely am on point with a lot of the things he says because of the fact that Patrick Westphal and Brad Holder weren't part of the killings, even though the defense claimed Odinism, but I think it's not. Hold on, Anthony, exactly. Yeah, right there's racist. Look at that. If that's true, Flora, fire reward 5K, Delphi 325. Holy cow. Yes, please become a member if you'd like. Thank you, Reby. Poor lady couldn't afford headstones for her children. Oh, that's terrible. Galen was definitely not involved. No way. Yeah. No way. Plus, what better way? Yep, that is very true. Yep, it's definitely the media too. Like when you have somebody good looking, or at least people think are good looking, it gets more. You remember the Rachel Morin case out in where was that? Out east, I don't know, Connecticut. She was like an attractive mom, and she would get way more publicity than somebody. And again, she was horrible, but it just sad on what pulls people's interest. We're all people. But if the same people, they brought more heat on themselves. Yeah, I really don't see racist killings. 2 white girls distracted from killing 4 black. No, I don't know. Like if Patrick Westphal is part of a white supremacy group, if that's true, and he was tied to the burning of the, starting the fire, which I think they think someone started the fire. I just kind of put 2 and 2 together. But again, like there could be different theories. Allegedly, I'm not a detective. But I understand what you're saying. Like, yeah, the Delphi is not a racist thing. I can't tie that to racism. Wow. Yeah, I don't think they're. Yeah, I guess I don't know enough to. I mean, this is a lot of different angles. I don't know if it's tied. Holy cow, Keith popped up. Autism thing, I don't see. I could be wrong. Wouldn't be there. A lot of 2 and live is the same. And no. Yeah, I agree. Patrick Westphal told Sleuth Intuition that he didn't live there when the fire happened. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I mean, you never know what you read online. Oh, it's a lie, though? Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, so I don't see people killing the Flora 4 killing 2 white girls who take the heat out themselves. I don't see people killing the Flora 4 killing. Yeah, I agree. Right. Yeah. That makes sense. And I'm just reading everybody's stuff. Do you guys mind if I place a quick order on? So what else would we like to keep reading? I want to try to go do a longer live stream than I usually do. Let's just go until I'm falling asleep in front of my computer screen. No, I'm kidding. What else would we like to go over? I'm trying to think. So we got the Flora fires. We went through, like, me personally, I think it's Ron Logan. I can't understand the Keegan Klein thing, though. I think the coincidence of Keegan Klein, I'm glad he's in jail. Do I think he led the girls there? I just don't understand that. I'm set on Ron Logan for sure. It's on his property, false alibi before a crime has been committed. It's hard for me not to put two and two together with that. Jailhouse confession. Reese Davis had Tourette's, failed the polygraph test because of it. The cell phone pinged way too many times, from the ex-girlfriend to he's got way too many arrows pointed at him. But then, like the Keegan Klein and the same exact day, I get it. If you're messaging people online, right, and you're creating a catfish account, it will pull who's by you, right? So I don't know underage stuff, but if you're on a dating account, right, if I'm dating and I'm looking to meet somebody and I want to go get a cocktail or have a conversation, it'll pull around that area. Could he just be a person that was searching a dating site? The Snapchat thing, I don't understand. I thought you already ordered. No, I was trying to. I can't verify what hotel I'm at. Just 1 second, okay? Sorry. Let me just verify where I'm at. I don't know the street address. Okay. Sometimes Uber Eats will put you in like the wrong thing. Yeah, Logan Holder was the original lure. Yeah. Logan Holder. Wait. Logan Holder, the son, right? Jenny, didn't you send me the picture of Logan and Brad when they're together? Yeah. See, I could. Wait, Logan Holder, right, was dating Abby. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. Can someone tell me who Ted is, please? I am new. Who Ted is? I'm Ted. Ooh, that'll be interesting. Please. I'm a cop? I'm not the cop. If anything, I would be the exact opposite of a cop. I'm more like, if you go to Chicago and you look up people that are in the crime family of the Italian-American mafia, I'm joking. No, I actually am related to Joe Pesci's character in Casino. Again, I'm not a violent individual, but that's more my side. We're not cops. In Chicago, Italians are not. And if they are cops, they're probably, I'm just messing around with everybody. What brought me into the Delphi case? Wait, I'm so confused. We're talking about Logan. Yes, for sure. Catfishing, yeah. For sure. A lawyer? No, I don't. Not a lawyer. What brought me into the Delphi case? Well, I mean, I'm from Chicago, Illinois, and I have a lot of family members in Indiana. That was a pretty close case. It was pretty creepy when the all points bulletin of the bridge guy. Remember, it's like on every highway around town. I don't know if anybody's like from the Midwest area, but if you're from like that area, I mean, it was either bridge guy or it was that adult photo of the guy, not the young man, but the older all points bulletin. I mean, you saw that going from Schaumburg, Illinois, going to, where Six Flags Great America is. I don't know if anyone knows where that is, but Gurnee, Illinois, and you go all the way south to Gary, Indiana, you would see that on billboards nonstop. I mean, Delphi was big. If you are a Chicago native, Indiana and Chicago Illinois and Chicago are pretty close when it comes to like crime and stuff like that. You have like, even with like sports teams, right? So you have like, you have parts of Indiana that are fan of Chicago teams and vice versa. Like we're neighbors. And that was a a big thing. It caught everybody's attention. And when I took a little deeper dive into it, it made me realize, it wasn't Richard Allen. I thought Bridge Guy when I saw Richard Allen. I mean, I didn't even know Brad Holder at the time. Richard Allen, Brad Holder, holy cow. Like everybody looks like the same person. But like when I saw Richard Allen, I was like, oh, case closed, game, set, match. Like it. And then I learned about the case, dug more, took a deeper dive. The interrogations came out. All of a sudden, this Ron Logan character, like I started looking up that. Like girls were found on his property. I didn't know that. I just thought Richard Allen was the guy. Okay. I thought Bridge Guy. I'm like, there's Richard Allen. He's at the bar with his wife, and there's a picture of Bridge Guy in the background, and they're smiling. I'm like, look at this guy. There he is, right in plain sight. And I didn't really look into it. All of a sudden, I started. One day, I think I was watching like Gray Hughes podcast, and he was being like real moody. And this is a matter of fact, and this is this, and this is the time frame. And I'm like, I'm looking it up, and someone in the chat said Ron Logan, and he like banned him or removed him or whatever they did, one of the mods. And I started looking up Ron Logan. Then I got to the FBI search warrant. And then I'm like, wait a minute, search warrant. You can just type obviously PDF of what it is. And all of a sudden you have a special agent. Sorry, I don't mean to have my shirt like untucked. You have a special agent saying that like, hey, this guy gave a false alibi. The girls were on his property. And then that's where I kind of, opened up Pandora's box, right? And then all of a sudden we have Holder, we have Logan Holder, we have Keegan Kline. I'm like, wait a minute, there's a convicted child molester that's in prison that was talking to the girls. And then, you have all these unbelievable people online in the website forums discussing stuff on Reddit and YouTube. And I started looking it up and I'm like, man, this case just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And then I meet wonderful people like you, and I can really get like I'm actually getting the best true crime experience anyone could possibly get from all the education that the members of this chat thread are telling me. I'm getting like firsthand account that you can't get anywhere else. The mainstream media won't give you the inside edge. So I'm actually sitting back enjoying, I feel like I'm watching a podcast, right? Because I'm getting all these smart people commenting that know the case. Definitely drives a yellow bug. When you caught that out, that was that's our little joke. But yeah, that's funny. Love how mysterious. I am. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Honestly, no, seriously. There's just, I do drive a yellow bug, though. I have had a Volkswagen in my life. Won't go any further. I'm definitely not law enforcement. I would be, honestly, like I am, I'm definitely, Ted is a high yank and uses a crutch when he walks and a hand yank. I don't know. Ted does travel a lot. Yeah, that is kind of funny. And again, I mean that in a respectful way. Obviously, there is another Ted that traveled a lot. I'm definitely not a narc. Let's see what this is. Wisconsin, we all get the crazies. We get all the crazies. No, hey, I have family in Wisconsin. So we're talking like Lake Geneva. I've been to Milwaukee, Waukesha. I have close friends actually where that bastard was that ran over all those people in the parade. I have friends that were part of that. Ted confessed the yellow bug. I was there for it. Raise your hand if you got the Bundy joke. Oh my God. All right, wait, let's see. Yeah. Do I really look like I'm Ted? Do I really look like a Ted? I'm just messing with everyone. I'm sure you solved the mystery. Thank God you found this. Brown. Ted has big eyes. Yeah, it's probably because I'm tired. Oh, wait, I saw Richard Allen's face on that chapter video. Believed they had the right guy, but they didn't look like a killer. Months later, I got roped in. Oh yeah, Bob Mata for sure. Hey, that Nick Reiner, that is not nice. My dad was messing with me about that. I told my dad, I go, stop that. I'm not Nicky Reiner. Never do that kind of thing. Let's see what. Oh man, I appreciate some of the combo. I dig it. That you're good at open to research and making your own opinions. Yeah, no, really, I'm just enjoying everybody's content. Is Ted not Alex Voorhees? Who is the Alex Voorhees uncle? Who is that guy? Alex Voorhees. Is that the Friday the 13th person? Jason Voorhees or Alex Voorhees' uncle? I don't know who that is. That's part of the case? Yeah. Unfortunately, you have to watch some of Gray's videos to see some of interviews with Becky, Mike, and Kelsey. Yeah, I bet. You got. I am definitely not a Fed. No, I'm not. Let me just see. Not exactly. Not actually. They just look alike. Who's Alex Voorhees? I'm sorry. I don't know who Alex. I have to see who Alex Voorhees is. I don't even know. I did do that. I did that at a Halloween party when I was younger. I was like 18. I could not afford, or maybe 17. I couldn't, I don't know, maybe 20. I don't know. I couldn't afford a Halloween costume because I just wanted to drink and party. So I put a suit on and pretended to like walk around with school books. And people didn't even know who Ted Bundy was. I said I was Ted Bundy at the party. And I like wrapped, like those, the sling, like if you sprain your wrist, like one of those cheap wrist wraps. And I just said, hey, I'm Ted Bundy. And nobody knew what the heck I was talking about. And that was back in probably 2000. I got to look up who Alex Voorhees is, though. Yeah, no, I don't work football. No, I don't know. Ted ain't Zed. Minnesota, off topic, but I'm a weather nerd, and seeing these videos of snow and snow places, I'm there usually is interesting to me. It was 87 in South Florida. Oh my God, you're in South Florida? Holy cow! Yeah, I'm in minus 15-degree weather. South Florida, man. I was when was I there last? What was it? A year ago, I was in Miami. I didn't know you could go see not Gianni Versace. Was it Andrew Cunanan or Gianni Versace's mansion's right in like Miami? I don't know the hotel I was staying at. It was like right there, and you could actually, I think you could go to dinner there or something. I don't know. And then I was in like Fort Lauderdale, and that was for some work stuff. Let's see. Bob Mata, we went over this, and I'm sorry. Bob Mata rescheduled on me a few different times. I promise we will get him. I'm going to call him tomorrow. I gave him a couple days. We were going back and forth. He agreed to the time. You know, I sent him the thumbnail too because the guy's a lawyer. He's a defense lawyer. I'm like, all right, you're good, right? This is my channel. We talked for about 30 minutes. Again, we're both from that area. Aurora's where he's from. I dated somebody in Aurora, Illinois when I was younger. So like I know the area. We talked about, what Chicago people do, Italian food and like, good Italian beef places, trying to build a little credibility with him. So he thought I was an okay citizen. I said, why don't you take a look at my YouTube first? I don't have a huge following. And then I sent him the thumbnail because I had to use his photo, right? I wanted to put him on the photo with his permission. I'm like, you're good, right? Thumbs up. The guy's a lawyer. You may be criminal defense, but I don't want to get sued. He's like, no, all good. We'll do that date and time. Then that snow happened, and he went, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong. He said I think he was going to Arkansas for some case, and he had a flight, but they had to drive 10 hours, I guess, with his wife in an ice storm, and then the case rescheduled, and they drove back. So, again, I apologize. I would never put a lawyer's face on a thumbnail and then not expect to be sued if it was BS. So he definitely had all the details. Then I said I did like an assumptive close with him for the other time because he goes, no, Saturday is going to work. And again, I'm not going to use his words. The guy's a lawyer, but I said, well, okay, let's do 4 or 6, or what works for you? Is it early morning or whatever? And anyways, I'm giving you guys a long play-by-play, but I did like an assumptive, okay, well, how about 6? Sounds good. He's a super nice guy. He got busy. I don't know if he did the traveling or whatnot. Called him back. He said, we're going to make something happen. I was in California at the time. So I was traveling, and I'm like, what time do you want to do it? And again, I don't want to push the guy. I know he's driving 10 hours in an ice storm. I mean, it's terrible in the Midwest. So that's kind of, you look like Nathan. Can I call you Nate from now on? I don't know. Oh, my God. Ted is lawyer. Oh, my God. Is Ted's lawyer Hank? Who's Hank? I don't even know who Hank is. So anyways, I hope that was enough. Like where I'm telling the truth. And again, I am a small fish in a big pond. So I'm probably not exactly on Bob Mata's list of things to do, and I shouldn't be, right? So it's like how I had to get him was saying, multiple emails saying the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? And calling him. And finally, he's like, all right, this guy's, really wants to talk to me. And then I tried to win him over with being nice and being, appropriate and open. But again, all transparency. I let him know up front. This is the channel. Here's the viewership. Like you're not like on News Nation with Ashley Banfield or Brian Enton. You're with a guy that's a true crime fan that wants to have you on for his own selfish reasons because he wants to raise awareness for Richard Allen, which you do on a regular basis, and a million other podcasters have a lot larger following, but I tried to play like, you're from Illinois, I'm from Illinois. I tried to basically sell them. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people have asked me, and I'm like being honest. Like, you're not going to put a lawyer on a thumbnail if it's not real, or you're going to get probably your butt sued. You know what I'm saying? Oh, West Palm. That's awesome. Who is Ryan Voorhees? No, seriously. Is that part of the crime, though? I'm not even mad. I don't care. I mean, yeah, he was going to the Aaron Spencer trial. Thank you. That's what he was saying. And again, I was boarding a plane when it was canceled. So I fly a lot. I don't enjoy flying. So I get medication from my doctor, like a Xanax to get on a board. So I probably didn't know. I was 3 sheets of the wind. I was like, hey, Bob, what's up? I'm waiting to board a plane. And he's telling me he's got to cancel because I was going to land at 1:30 Central Time and jump on the podcast that, I don't know if it was that Thursday or Wednesday. No, I think it was for Friday. It was either for originally Thursday or Friday. And he canceled. And, I double checked in with him on the morning. So I got to the, I don't know what airport, John Wayne Airport in Irvine, California. And I just was checking in with him because he's a lot bigger than me. So I'm like, all right, we're still good, right? You're going. And then something came up. So I'm just letting everybody know the truth. Bob and Ted's Excellent Adventure. It's funny. That's probably why, though. I do watch a lot of Bob Mata stuff, and I did try to say, we can stick to 3 main bullet points because I know, especially with Erica Burkhart, I think that's her name. But a lot of his podcasts, he has a lot of information to give, and he's going in a lot of directions, and it feels like he has so much to say, where I even tried to sell him on, being a little bit shorter. Like, hey, if you want to cover X, Y, and Z, you tell me the topics, we'll stay in those lanes and we can make this short and sweet. If you want to do 15 to 30 minutes, and I know he enjoys talking, but I also respected the guy's time. I'm like, he's probably thinking he's got to be on there for, 4 hours talking, and A, he's not making any money doing it. B, or maybe he is. I never led with any money. He was doing it just because he's a nice guy. I don't know why he would even want to talk to me. So I was just happy I got him on the phone. Oh, I did sell him on the Gacy thing because the Gacy was in my area. I mean, I was too young at the time. But like when I was in, I think first or second grade, Gacy got executed. In the Chicago Sun-Times, I'll never forget, in gym class, it was like first period gym class, and I walked up to my gym teacher's desk, and he had it on his newspaper because it was first period gym, and it was all 33 or 34 boys, and it was all their little photos on it, and it said like Gacy died at midnight that night or whatever. That's kind of. Yeah, Barbara McDonald, huh? Whatever happened to that, huh? About her talking about the horses and the animals and her getting freaked out. Yeah, so yeah, there is that other guy. The alley looked cool on the shades, or yeah, and that other guy, the guy that's the lawyer, took up a lot of Bob's time too, who didn't really look into the case as much. Yep, for sure. Yeah, definitely case X case. What does everybody think about Delphi Dirt or Erica Morris too? I think she sounds like she's pretty smart. How do you not have a Chicago accent? Come on, you're messing with me. This must be one of my friends on here. I do not have a Chicago accent. I don't know. I think the opposite. Come on, press 1 if you think I have a Chicago accent. Even saying Chicago, I can hear myself. But thank you. I pride myself, and I don't want that type of accent. But when you're an Italian American from Chicago, typically you probably have Italian accent from Chicago. Andrea is awesome. Yeah, she rocks. Oh my God, Alex Vori, Hack Keaton Klein, please don't affiliate me with child molesters. No, thank you. You guys cannot hear my Chicago accent. Like, and I'm not trying to make this about me at all. I'm shocked. Oh yeah, I remember roller skating. There was a place where I grew up. It's called Coach House, or no, Coach Light or something. It was a roller skating arena. So I played a lot of hockey, but roller skating is freaking tough. Like rollerblading is easy. Roller skating, you can really get hurt roller skating. It's crazy. No, Erica. Okay. No problem. I have no clue. Yep. I won't do Erica. Understood. Critter Mama, you have to be messing with me. Ready? I'm going to say Chicago. If that sounds like someone that's not from Chicago, most people will say Chicago, right? But if you're I do miss I miss roller skating. Well, no, I sucked at roller skating. I feel like it was bad. It was you go around in circles with all the kids and everybody crashes into each other. It's worse than hockey. The Bears. Yes, the Bears. Man, it has been a long time. 85 Dub Bears. And my family, I got half the family are all Green Bay Packer fans. So what am I going to do? Let's see what he says. Who's this? Wouldn't it be fair if one is new to the case to listen, a range of people, then research and make up your mind? Yes, that's a very good point. That's true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I know. I probably should bounce too, huh? Is everybody getting tired? Duh, Bears. All right, we got a Bears fan in here. Yeah, that's why my logo is little teddy bears. Yep, I'll for sure. Are we all kind of getting tired? I guess I haven't really talked about anything here in the last 20 minutes. Oh, I have heard of the Chaos Agents. So wait, so isn't Barbara McDonald the person that mentioned about Ron Logan with the like chills down her spine about him talking about the animals, and then Reese Davis mentioned the animals, and it kind of ties to about he told the girls, let's go see the animals? I think Andy Ballman was on Tom's show for sure. Okay. I just thought Barb was like on Ron Logan's property for a long time. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought her like opinion about Ron Logan, I thought like she was able to pick up some of his little nuances and how he acted, and kind of hearing from other people's perspectives, she kind of connected the dots where it just kind of scared her a little, because she's like, he's really talking about these animals. I don't know. Perfect. It's only 9 p.m. Yes. So if you're on the best coast and the west coast, Rossie's younger brother, are you talking about Michael Rossi? Are you talking about the Gacy? Michael Rossi? No, thank you. That guy is, holy cow, that guy got groomed, and that guy is 100% involved in the Gacy killings. Gacy wasn't even home during some of those killings. And again, like if you're groomed from the start, you can't really, blame, it's not right if you're killing people. Obviously, it's horrible, but, you're a young kid, you're being influenced by this male adult that you're living with. Oof. Okay, I'm going to write that down. Criminal Network, thank you. 12 by Reby, please. You've been up too late. You don't have to stay up anymore. This is just Ted After Dark. Please, I mean, you're more than sweet. But if you listen to Barry, no, I haven't. I will. Sometimes you need distraction from Delphi to take a break from the craziness. Yep. Okay, and the Buried podcast. Okay, I have not. Let me see if I could just. Do you guys mind? Do you guys want any food? Let me see. I probably should order. I haven't ate since like 4 o'clock yesterday. Tried to do fasting, but it's 11:50. Yep. Wait, so you're Critter Mom. I thought you were Milwaukee. All right, so you're East Coast, or you're in Purdue where it cuts off, right? Right in Purdue. So like in the Delphi, what really sparked my interest, it must have been like 3 years ago. I was in Lafayette in Purdue. and I was staying at a Fairfield Inn. I don't know, I'm at a Fairfield Inn now or Courtyard Marriott. I just stay at Marriott's. And I was literally going to Cincinnati. I was coming from, holy cow, I was driving far. I was going from Denver, and I was going all the way through to Cincinnati to meet up with a plastic surgeon for work. And I stayed in Lafayette. I didn't even know I was in Purdue. This is how crazy it was. And I have friends that are like part of our in finance that went to Purdue. And literally, they're in. I'm in Purdue University, so I go to the big. There's like a Walmart there. I was going to get. I think I was actually going to get like booze or food or something. And I saw the Purdue Boilermakers. I'm like, holy shit! I'm right by Purdue University. And I texted my best friend whose wife went to Purdue. Like, yeah, you're right here. And then I zoom out. I was just being bored, and it showed Delphi. And I'm like, holy cow! There's Delphi right there. Like it was literally. I must have been 20 minutes away from Delphi. Oh my God, yeah. So the Denver to Milwaukee, yeah, you go through Denver, then you go through North Platte, Nebraska, you go to Lincoln, you go through Omaha, Nebraska, Council Bluffs, Iowa, then you go to Des Moines, and you either went all the way back to Chicago and straight up, or you could go through Minneapolis and go towards like Hudson, Wisconsin, and go that way. Like through like Rochester, Minnesota, and like through there's like those two ways to go. Oh my God, yeah. I mean, Wisconsin, we have Laura Art. Do you know the bar called Joe Mama's? You know the Brat Stop? Do you know my God, my buddy lives in where does he live? He lives right outside. So there's Milwaukee. He lives in well, you know the Marriott West, right? In Waukesha or like Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, or you can go to Madison. I've been there a billion times. Yeah, 1,200 miles, a far drive. Oh, Portland, Nebraska. Wow. Oh, cool. Okay, your son lives there. That's cool. Yeah. And Nebraska is when I was out on the road during COVID and the hotels were all like on lockdown, there wasn't many people out, and someone actually pulled a gun on me in Omaha, right to my face when I was walking to the downtown Marriott. And Omaha's always been great to me. It just it was during COVID and there was nobody anywhere. It was like during the peak of COVID, but I still had to go on meetings and do stuff. And I pulled a gun right in my face. North Platte, yeah, North Platte. Really? Okay, so Dr. Mosel, greater 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 Nebraska Dermatology, I think. Dr. Mosel, if you know Dr. Mosel is. Yeah, I actually, there's a bar when I lived in Chicago because I used to live in Wrigleyville. There's a bar in Lakeview where Gacy would recruit people to work for him, and Dahmer actually was there too. Here, I'll Google it. It's actually funny. And I've been there. I think it was actually called, might have been called Friar Tuck's actually. Let's see. You can literally Google it. Dahmer and Gacy, same bar, Chicago. Watch this. Oh yeah, the L&L Tavern in Chicago, located on 3438 North Clark, is infamous for reputedly being visited by both Gacy and Dahmer in the 70s and 80s, known as the Dive Bar here. Yeah, it's right where I lived actually, when I lived in Lakeview. This is what it looks like. Yeah, that's probably not a good picture. Oh, hold on. called L&L Tavern. They both were there. Guys, type in L&L Tavern. L&L Tavern. And Dahmer's from West Allis, so no problem. Dahmer's from West Allis, where the Wisconsin State Fair is, where you can get like some of the best cheese curd and brats and beer. The Berghoff restaurant. Oh, yeah, for sure. Don't start drinking, Excalibur. Yeah, I think it is. God, the Bulls used to go there with like Pippen and Rodman and stuff. Oh, they own a bar in Milwaukee. Interesting. Okay. Did not know that. You guys seen that I went to, or I think I had to take it down, actually. I went to Ed Gein. I went to Ed Gein's grave, and then where he killed the Warden hardware store lady, and then he killed the bartender at the bar. And the warehouse actually is the same warehouse. It had a sticker from like the 1800s saying it's part of the Warehouse Association. I don't know if you've seen it on my shorts, but yeah, I actually visited. It was one of my first videos, Ed Gein. I was driving by and I was like, holy cow, let's go to Ed Gein's grave. And it was during that Netflix series where that famous actor played Ed Gein. And it was crazy because there was two other people there and they had their kids and they're like, I was like, oh man, I don't know what I should do. Am I going to get like picked off or is someone going to be pissed? So like I brought roses to act like I was going to a cemetery just because, to distract people from what I was doing. Yeah, Rick doesn't have a GoFundMe. Yeah, I have pictures of Ed Gein's grave. I was literally right next to it. And then the one before his grave is the lady that he dug up. Yeah, it's freezing Wisconsin right now. But anyways, I know I'm boring you guys with this Ed Gein stuff. But here, look, I have, I'll show you. I went there and I met people that were actually grave searching with me. And I was like, are you doing what I'm doing? Because you don't look like you know where you're going. And this one guy goes, you don't look like you know where you're going either. And he's with his wife and she had a toddler. And I'm like, all right, I'm just going to come clean. Ed Gein, he goes, yeah. When you find it, let me know. And we're both sitting there looking for it. Yeah, let me see Ed Gein. Where is it? All right. No, I have it. I think they took it down, actually. So there's his gravestone. So this was way back in the day. This was October 17th. Or no, you probably can't see it. It's on one of my shorts. I think you can't see the glare. No. I don't know. It's on one of my shorts. I don't know if it's still on there. But yeah, I went to his grave. Let's see. I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, everyone. I'm just blabbing. Or where was it at? Let's see. Let me just type in Wisconsin. It was earlier this year. And here's his house. Oh, here. This is a guy I met on the way. And I know that might be boring, but look, I met this guy. This guy was the guy I met while going to look for Ed Gein's grave. I was like, let's take a selfie because I was like, you look like you could be my brother or something. And then here's his house. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Probably not, right? Anyways, his house was burned down. I walked all the way in the back of the woods, and someone told me to get the F out of there. They were screaming at me. They're like, we don't want your kind in this town, like to not disrupt everybody. But there was like a murder shed back there. Yeah, in Plainfield, Wisconsin. And you probably can't even see this. So anyways, I'm walking really far back because I noticed there was a shed back there. And it was pretty, it was in the deep woods. And then we went to, here is, let's see. All right, we're at Spirit Land Cemetery. Oh, that's out of my mind. Sorry, I'm probably shouldn't have been grave. Oh, here. Here we go. We got Ed Gein's grave. Eleanor Adams, probably can't see it. Who he dug up shortly after and had sex with. Sorry about the SEX. We have Augusta Gein. We have George Gein. Augusta Gein. And then the Ed Gein, where some people pick up the dirt patch from. There's his gravesite. Yeah, you probably can't see. And Sorry. Henry Gein. And Henry Gein. Anyways, it's probably boring. Oh, I looked very obvious. Anyways, I know it's late. I know you guys are up. I appreciate it, everyone. I'm going to order some food. You guys have a wonderful evening. I know Reby, it's like midnight her time. You guys are very dedicated for listening. Appreciate it. You guys have yeah, I'm definitely going to be at Delphi. I'm trying to get to Delphi at the end of the middle of February. I'll be in Delphi 100%. It just, the weather's been bad. Yeah. Well, everyone, you have a wonderful evening. I want to let my mods go to bed. I hope we had a kind of a fun night. Sorry, it kind of died down. Yeah. You guys have a nice, definitely free Richard Allen, and please like and subscribe. And we'll see you again. I'm going to get some food and I'm going to try to find a bar. So everybody have a good night. Ted's going out. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful evening. Free Richard Allen for sure. It did shift gears.